Chapter 469. In the sky, Lin Tian's eyes were very cold. As soon as he returned to the first heaven, he heard that the Burning Sun sect was in trouble. They were surrounded by the 100 Refinements Workshop and wanted to annex the Burning Sun sect. This made his eyes flash with terrifying killing intent. When he was cultivating in the Burning Sun sect, the sect treated him very well. Back then, they did not hesitate to fight with the 100 Refinements Workshop for him. He liked that place very much. 100 Refinements Workshop, he said coldly. With a boom, the aura around his body soared. Lightning flashed, and his speed increased again. In a flash, he traveled dozens of feet. The Burning Sun sect was located on a high mountain. Old trees were everywhere, and the spiritual energy was very dense. However, at this moment, the sect, which was originally rich in spiritual energy, was shrouded in a layer of bloody smell. As far as the eye could see, the Burning Sun sect was in a mess. Many disciples had died tragically, and blood dyed a large area of the ground red. Resisting stubbornly, "Do you really want all your disciples to die?" An indifferent voice sounded. In front of the most solemn hall of the Burning Sun sect, a purple-robed old man stood. His body was surrounded by faint immortal light, and his aura was extremely strong. It was the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop. After more than half a year, the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop had reached the immortal Ascension Realm. On this day, he led the Master of the 100 Refinements Workshop and a group of outstanding disciples to surround the Burning Sun sect. Because the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop had reached the immortal Ascension Realm, no one in the Burning Sun sect could stop him. Even the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect was not a match for him. In the blink of an eye, the entire sect was in a miserable state. "Even if we die, we will not be annexed by your 100 Refinements Workshop," the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect said in a deep voice, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. In the Burning Sun sect hall, the Master and 4 elders of the Burning Sun sect were all seriously injured. Some of the deacons and disciples of the Burning Sun sect had also retreated into the hall. They all held their weapons and glared at the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop in front of the hall. King old thing, go eat shit. Bay of the Burning Sun sect cursed. Among the 4 elders of the Burning Sun sect, his temper was the most fiery to begin with. In addition, the 100 Refinements Workshop had once abducted his disciple to betray the sect, causing him to hate the 100 Refinements Workshop to the extreme. Hence, he did not show any mercy when he spoke. The eyes of the owner of the 100 Refinements district turned cold. "You're courting death." Back then, 100 Refinements Workshop Master and the other 2 elders of the sect had their arms cut off by an old drunkard. But now they recovered because 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder had crossed into the immortal connection realm, finding them arms, using divine force to reconnect them. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder had his hands behind his back. On his left was a gray-robed, middle-aged man, and on his right was the 100 Refinements Workshop's owner. Behind him was a fan-shaped group of outstanding disciples from the 100 Refinements Workshop. This old man took a step forward, his expression somewhat indifferent, as though everything was under his control. "Your Burning Sun sect allowed your disciples to secretly learn my 100 Refinements Workshop's 100 Refinements secret technique, and presumably other people in the sect have also learned it. In order to prevent the old ancestors' technique from being leaked, this old man only has 2 choices." Looking at the people of the Burning Sun sect, 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder continued, "First, your Burning Sun sect will merge with my 100 Refinements Workshop and become my disciple. Naturally, you will no longer have anything to do with practicing the 100 Refinements secret technique. Second, I will kill everyone in your Burning Sun sect to prevent the 100 Refinements secret technique from being leaked. This is something that can't be helped. This old man doesn't want to commit murder, so I'll give you the first choice. Obediently merge with my 100 Refinements workshop. Otherwise, this old man can only make your Burning Sun sect disappear. Looking at the people of the Burning Sun sect in the Burning Sun Hall, 100 Refinements workshop's Grand Elder's expression was indifferent and aloof. Shameless old thing, an elder of the Burning Sun sect coldly cursed. They stared at 100 Refinements workshop. The Grand Elder and the people of the Burning Sun sect all had cold expressions. Everyone, it's better to comply with the wishes of the 100 Refinements workshop senior. What's wrong with merging with 100 Refinements workshop? A voice sounded. It was a gray-clothed, middle-aged man standing to the left of 100 Refinements workshop's Grand Elder. He spoke to the master of the Burning Sun sect and the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect. Originally, 100 Refinements workshop could have directly exterminated the Burning Sun sect, but now it wants to accept you. This can be considered a favor. Everyone, please don't be unable to tell good from bad and harm yourselves and the disciples of your sect. At this moment, 100 Refinements workshop's Grand Elder had brought the workshop master of the 100 Refinements workshop to the Burning Sun sect. They had already flattened everything and forced the master of the Burning Sun sect and the others into the most solemn hall of the Burning Sun sect. There were about 100 Refinements workshop disciples in the surroundings. Each of them held a sword and saber in their hands. With arrogant sneers on their faces, they surrounded the Burning Sun sect's hall in the shape of a fan. Lu Luaxia, when did your 7 Mysteries Pavilion become the lackey of 100 Refinements workshop? An elder of the Burning Sun sect mocked. Lu Luaxia's expression darkened. What kind of attitude is this? I'm advising you nicely. Advising nicely? 100 Refinements workshop's group of dogs came to pee on my Burning Sun sect's head. But you want us to stand still. Is this your so-called advising nicely? Tu Ming sneered. Don't think that we don't know that your 7 Mysteries Pavilion has received benefits from 100 Refinements workshop, just like Yi Jingshang back then. Your 7 Mysteries Pavilion is truly filled with treacherous villains. Whatever you say, Lu Luaxia said coldly. In fact, the 7 Mysteries Pavilion had indeed received benefits from 100 Refinements workshop. The pavilion master of this faction had sent Lu Luaxia here to support 100 Refinements workshop's annexation of the Burning Sun sect. This was only a matter of formality. Even though the 100 Refinement Square was powerful if they wanted to annex or destroy a sect for no reason, they would be criticized by the world. Therefore, the 100 Refinement Square needed the support of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion, which was also one of the 4 great sects. This was not because the 100 Refinement Square feared the world. Instead, it was because the 100 Refinement Square wanted to develop and maintain the reputation of the sect. This was naturally a good thing. Because 100 Refinements Workshop had produced a transcending immortal stage expert, the 7 Mysteries Pavilion naturally did not dare to refuse or offend 100 Refinements Workshop. In addition, 100 Refinements Workshop had given a generous reward, so the 7 Mysteries Pavilion Master was naturally moved. After some consideration, he finally sent an elder of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion to follow 100 Refinements Workshop here. Filthy thing. The people of the Burning Sun sect scolded coldly. Lu Luaxia's gaze was dark and cold, killing intent intertwined in his eyes. In the end, he coldly snorted and stood to the side without saying anything. In his opinion, the Burning Sun sect would definitely be destroyed today. There was no need for him to waste his breath on these people who were about to die. The 100 Refinements Workshop's great elder looked indifferently at the people of the Burning Sun sect. He still had his hands behind his back like an immortal god. I will ask you one last time. Are you willing to join my 100 Refinements Workshop? The 100 Refinements Workshop's great elder. Go eat shit, Tu Ming directly roared. The 100 Refinements Workshop's great elder's eyes turned cold. Immediately, cold killing intent intertwined in his eyes. Directly destroy them. The owner of the 100 Refinements Workshop stepped forward and said in a sinister voice, "Originally, I was prepared to torture all of you to death, bit by bit, after merging with you. Unfortunately, all of you are quite stubborn, unwilling to join my 100 Refinements Workshop even in death. I will crush all of you here and prevent any unforeseen events from happening in the future." Hearing these words, the people of the Burning Sun sect felt a chill in their hearts. The people of 100 Refinements Workshop were so sinister. Everyone get ready. The 100 Refinements Workshop Master said. Immediately, the disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop behind the 100 Refinements Workshop Master activated their vital energy. Killing intent intertwined and surged. The great elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop had stepped into the immortal, transcending realm. At this moment, the people of the Burning Sun sect were all extremely injured, especially the great elder of the Burning Sun sect, the Burning Sun sect master, and the 4 elders of the Burning Sun sect. They almost had no ability to fight. Any cultivator of the early stage of the divine range realm could kill them. Before this, the great elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop spoke. He looked at the Burning Sun sect master and the great elder of the Burning Sun sect and asked, "Where did that little bastard named Lin Tian go? Why didn't I see him? Where did your Burning Sun sect hide him? Hand him over, and this old man will give you a quick death." It was very likely that Lin Tian had the complete 100 Refinements secret technique. The 100 Refinements Workshop had always wanted to capture Lin Tian and get the complete 100 Refinements secret technique from Lin Tian. For this matter, they had done many things, but unfortunately they had no results. Today, the great elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop came to the Burning Sun sect with the sole purpose of finding Lin Tian. Hearing this, the master of the Burning Sun sect and the others sneered. "We don't know. Even if we did, we would never tell you. Old thing, just give up." The elders of the Burning Sun sect were very unyielding. In fact, they also didn't know where Lin Tian went. After an old drunkard left the Demon Burial Valley, he only told them that Lin Tian went to another place to cultivate. As for where that place was, they didn't know. An old drunkard didn't reveal it. The great elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop's face turned even colder. "You are looking for trouble. It seems that you really want to die." The elders of the Burning Sun sect laughed. Blood flowed from their mouths, but they were very bold. "So what if we die? Don't forget, my Burning Sun sect still has Li Changfeng." The master of the Burning Sun sect had a hole in his shoulder. His clothes were soaked in blood, and his cheeks were stained with blood. "Senior brother isn't here. You can indeed destroy my Burning Sun sect today, but when my senior brother learns of everything, your 100 Refinements Workshop will also be destroyed. You will all die." Staring at the great elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop, the master of the Burning Sun sect showed no fear. "Li Changfeng." The great elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop snorted. His eyes filled with coldness. "Li Changfeng is indeed a genius, but don't overestimate him. Now that I have entered the Immortal Ascension realm, he is nothing. After I destroy your Burning Sun sect, I will find him and kill him as well. I will send him to hell to reunite with you. Kill them all." Yes, the disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop shouted in unison. They shook their swords and sabers and rushed toward the Burning Sun Hall. More than 100 people activated their true essence. The weakest was at the 5th firmament of the divine range, and they were all at their peak state. How could the heavily injured and dying Burning Sun sect cultivators possibly stop such a group of people charging at them? For a moment, everyone was dejected. Clang! Right at this moment, the sky suddenly trembled. An immortal sword light descended, slashing down like a celestial being from beyond the heavens. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered. The dozens of 100 Refinements Workshop disciples at the front exploded and died tragically on the spot. "How dare you attack my master?" An ice-cold voice sounded. Outside the Burning Sun sect, Lin Tian's body was intertwined with the light of thunder and flames. Like a bolt of lightning, he arrived in the sky above the Burning Sun sect hall in the blink of an eye. His black hair danced as his cold eyes swept across the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop. He was like an ancient demon god descending from the sky. End of chapter. Chapter 470. After hearing the blue-robed youth's words, Lin Tianyi sprinted madly. With the light of thunder and fire surrounding his body, he finally arrived at the critical moment. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were cold. With his back facing the Burning Sun sect, he landed in front of the Burning Sun Hall. "Lin Tian, it's you." The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder and Master were shocked, then overjoyed. "You actually jumped out. Very good, very good, very good." The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder laughed loudly. The most urgent thing for the 100 Refinements Workshop now was to find Lin Tian. They could find and suppress Lin Tian and obtain the complete 100 Refinements mystic technique. Lu Luoxia of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion stared at Lin Tian, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He had also heard of a man called Lin Tian in the Burning Sun sect. He was very strong and was a genius. However, he only took a quick glance and did not care. Now that the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder had reached the Immortal Ascension realm, he could be said to be invincible in this realm. Anyone who came would die. Lin Tian, Lin Tian! Seeing Lin Tian appear, the Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder and the others were delighted. They had not seen this youth for a long time. However, in the next moment, everyone's expression changed again. "Let's go. Who told you to come back?" The Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder shouted. "Let's go." The Burning Sun sect's sect master and the other elders also shouted. Lin Tian was very talented and was the disciple of an old drunkard. The Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder and sect master had high hopes for Lin Tian. Now that Lin Tian appeared at this time, they were all anxious. Lin Tian was very monstrous, and his future achievements were limitless. However, the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder had reached the Immortal Ascension realm, and his cultivation was much stronger than Lin Tian. How could they think that Lin Tian could be his opponent? At this time they were all anxious. Lin Tian's back was facing the people of the Burning Sun sect. He could not help but feel a warmth in his heart. At this time the Burning Sun's Grand Elder and the others were facing death, but they were worried about his safety. How could he not be touched? It was precisely because of this that he stared at the people from the 100 Refinements Workshop with an even colder gaze. His eyes seemed to be condensed from ice, terrifying to the point of shaking one's soul. He Tian sect's Grand Elder and sect's Grand Elder. Sex elders. I'm sorry, disciple came back. Now his combat strength had far surpassed everyone present. Even the sect masters of the top 10 sects of the second heaven were afraid of him, but facing these old men he still showed respect. He sincerely regarded himself as a member of the Burning Sun sect. This kind of respect had nothing to do with his combat strength. What nonsense! Brat, I told you to leave. Tu Bei roared. Lin Tianyi smiled. Although Tu Bei was yelling at him, he felt even more warm in his heart. Among the 4 elders of the Burning Sun sect, he had the deepest impression of Tu Bei. When he suppressed Tu Bei's disciple, he thought that Tu Bei would find trouble with him, but he didn't expect that this old man didn't do so. Instead, he guided him in his cultivation. Later, when a group of people from the 100 Refinements Workshop came to kill him, this old man even risked his life to block a few killing swords for him. "Old Tu, don't worry," he said. Not caring about the cultivators of the 100 Refinements workshop, he walked into the Burning Sun Hall and took out a few bottles of Baodan from the stone ring. They were all third-grade Baodan, which he obtained in the second heaven and had a very good healing effect. He took out the bottles of Baodan and distributed them one by one to the Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder and others. At the same time, he also distributed them to the seriously injured disciples of the Burning Sun sect in the hall. Senior brother Lin Tian. Senior brother, you shouldn't have come back at this time. We are still waiting for you to grow up and avenge the sect. A disciple of the Burning Sun sect spoke with a sad face. These disciples actually entered the sect before Lin Tian, but Lin Tian was the disciple of an old drunkard. In terms of status, even the core disciples of the Burning Sun sect couldn't compare to him. In addition, Lin Tian's combat strength was extremely strong and his talent was extremely high. His fame had long spread throughout the Burning Sun sect. Therefore, all the disciples of the Burning Sun sect respected him very much. It's okay, don't worry, Lin Tian said softly. He distributed the pills to everyone one by one, completely ignoring the people of the 100 Refinements workshop outside the Burning Sun Hall. Little bastard, a cold voice sounded. The master of the 100 Refinements workshop stepped out and directly rushed over to grab Lin Tian. Back when he came to the Burning Sun sect to ask for someone, an old drunkard chopped off one of his arms. The master of the 100 Refinements workshop hated the Burning Sun sect and an old drunkard. Naturally, he hated Lin Tian. At this moment, the master of the 100 Refinements workshop's right hand was intertwined with a dim light. He grabbed Lin Tian's arm as if he wanted to tear it off. Lin Tian, watch out! Shameless! Damn it! The Burning Sun sect's master and the others' expressions changed. Some of them struggled anxiously, wanting to block for Lin Tian. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian swung his hand back without looking back. Clang! The sword light clanged and was extremely ear-piercing. A large amount of sword light suddenly appeared. The master of the 100 Refinements workshop turned pale with fright. With a bang, he was swept away and slammed into a huge old tree. The workshop master was actually, this is impossible. The disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop were all shocked. Lu Luoxia of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion was also moved. He had a look of disbelief on his face. At the same time, in the Incineration Sun Hall, everyone from the Burning Sun sect was also moved. They looked at Lin Tian with a face full of shock. How is this possible? The disciples of the Burning Sun sect were astonished. The master of the 100 Refinements workshop was now a tyrannical existence at the fifth heaven of the imperial sky realm. This kind of strength was extremely tyrannical. However, at this moment, he was sent flying by Lin Tianyi with a swing of his hand. He landed in the distance and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. This kind of power shocked everyone. One had to know that although Lin Tian had always been very powerful and monstrous, when had he ever been powerful to such an extent? Everyone was stunned. In the distance, the master of the 100 Refinements workshop struggled to stand up from the ground. Blood kept dripping from his mouth. He stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. Little B** starred, what did you do to me just now? What despicable means did you use? A dignified expert at the sixth heaven of the imperial sky realm was sent flying by a young man with a swing of his hand. What was this? The master of the 100 Refinements workshop was furious. He stared at Lin Tian and questioned what despicable means Lin Tian had used. He did not believe that Lin Tian injured him with his own strength. He did not think that there was such a possibility. Such a thing simply did not exist. In the Incineration Sun Hall, even the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect was stunned. He stared at Lin Tian and muttered, Lin Tian, you? Don't worry, Grand Elder. The sect will be fine. Lin Tian said. A cold voice sounded. It was extremely cold. How dare you say that the sect will be fine? Who do you think you are? The Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop took a step forward. Immortal light flickered around his body. With his hands behind his back, he looked at Lin Tian coldly. Staring at this person, everyone in the burning sun sect changed color. Lin Tian, find a chance to escape. The opponent has reached the immortal connecting realm. It will be difficult for your master to kill him. The master of the Burning Sun sect said in a low voice. At the same time, the other elders also stared at the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop warily. They were ready to attack at any time to find a breakthrough for Lin Tian and let Lin Tian escape. Lin Tian was a rare genius disciple of the Burning Sun sect. He shouldered all their hopes. Even if they died 10 or 100 times, they would definitely protect Lin Tian and let Lin Tian live. He is nothing. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He said, "My master can crush thousands of him with a breath." An old drunkard was in existence in the Enlightenment realm. Even the demon gods of the ancient times were afraid of him. A mere immortal connecting realm cultivator was nothing. Sect Master, elders, please heal your injuries in peace. Last time, it was my master who cleared the place. This time it's my turn, he said. With that, he turned around and walked out of the Burning Sun hall step by step. He faced the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop, the Master of the 100 Refinements Workshop, and Lu Luoxia of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion alone. Very bold, very arrogant, too stupid, the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop said. Lin Tian did not say anything. His eyes were very cold. In the next moment, he disappeared and appeared in front of the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop. Such terrifying speed caused everyone's expression to change, especially the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop. He only felt a cold wind blow towards him. You, slap. A loud slap sounded. The Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop was sent flying and crashed into a large rock. With a crack, the large rock shattered. The Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop directly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Such a scene instantly stunned everyone. Grand Elder! A disciple of the 100 Refinements Workshop cried out in alarm. How could this be? The workshop master was killed. Now even the Grand Elder is killed. What's going on? Many people in the 100 Refinements Workshop trembled. The master of the 100 Refinements Workshop's eyes flickered. When he saw this scene, he suddenly felt an extremely cold aura rush up from the soles of his feet. On the other side, Lu Luoxia was shocked. If the master of the 100 Refinements Workshop was sent flying by Lin Tian, it could be understood that Lin Tian had a special method. But now the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop was also sent flying. This made his heart palpitate. One had to know that the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop was now an expert of the immortal Ascension realm. How could ordinary methods injure an expert of the immortal Ascension realm? In the Burning Sun Hall, the Burning Sun Sect Master and the others were naturally even more shocked. Lin Tian, is this really that Lin brat? The elders were dumbfounded. At the same time, the deacons and disciples of the Burning Sun sect were also shocked. Among them, Puwen was relatively familiar with Lin Tian, but at this moment he was also stunned as if he was a mud sculpture. Just now, the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop pressed down and could sweep everyone away with a raise of his hand. Even the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect, who was at the peak of the Zephyr realm, could not block a single move. His power was terrifying. But at this moment, such a terrifying person was sent flying by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Such a contrast was too drastic. In the distance, the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop coughed out blood and roared. His divine power was vast and mighty, sweeping away all the surrounding rubble. Beast! Chapter 471. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder was truly furious. He had now stepped into the realm of immortality, and experienced a brand new power. He could almost look down on the first level of heaven. In fact, when he stepped into the Burning Sun sect, he was indeed invincible. His former enemy, the Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder, could not even block a casual move from him. This made him feel otherworldly. However, before this feeling could continue to grow, Lin Tian suddenly appeared and sent him flying with a slap, leaving 5 clear fingerprints on his face and almost knocking out all his teeth. How could he not be angry? Boom! Violent divine power surged, and immortal light intertwined, shaking the entire Burning Sun sect, causing everyone to be terrified. The mountain, the main peak, is shaking. This is the power of an immortal. Some people's hearts palpitated. At this moment, the aura emitted by the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder was too terrifying. The Burning Sun sect's ground was actually shattering. A hurricane swept out, sweeping away the black hair on Lin Tian's forehead. Lin Tian, be careful! The Burning Sun sect's leader shouted. When Lin Tian sent the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder flying, everyone was shocked. However, at this moment, seeing the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder emitting such a terrifying aura, the Burning Sun sect's leader and the others' expressions changed. They were worried about Lin Tian again. Boom! The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder's eyes were cold. His divine power surged, and the terrifying power shook the entire main peak of the Burning Sun sect. Your speed is very fast, and your physical body is extraordinary. However, this is nothing. It's not worth mentioning. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder stared at Lin Tian and said coldly, "This is the divine power that I cultivated. It's no longer on the same level as vital essence. Now, do you want to walk over and follow me back to the 100 Refinements Workshop? Or do you want me to break your limbs and capture you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the divine power outside the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder's body became denser, causing the void of the Burning Sun sect to shatter. The ground shook, sand and dust filled the air, and small stones shattered one after another. His power was intimidating. In the face of such divine might, many people could not help but tremble. Who could block such a terrifying aura? Our main peak will collapse. Some of the Burning Sun sect disciples were shocked and angry. In front of the Burning Sun sect, Lin Tian's back was facing the people of the Burning Sun sect as he coldly stared at the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop. He raised his right hand, and specks of silver light lingered between his 5 fingers. As they flickered, runes jumped out one after another. With his ability as a 6th order array manipulator, he drew the most basic defensive runes in the void. In the blink of an eye, he stabilized the main peak of the Burning Sun sect, no longer swaying. Moreover, the originally distorted void also returned to normal in the blink of an eye. What is that? It looks like an array pattern. Senior Brother Lin, you know array formations? The expressions of the people of the Burning Sun sect changed. The Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect and the Burning Sun sect master were even more shocked. Their cultivations were profound, so they naturally understood the Tao of array manipulators very well. Being able to draw array patterns in the void was something only a 6th order array manipulator could do. However, now Lin Tian was actually drawing array patterns in the void with his bare hands and stabilizing the main peak. This caused them to be shocked. He also cultivated the Tao of array manipulation and reached the level of a 6th order array manipulator. How is this possible? Tu Bei was aghast. Did Senior Brother teach him? No, that's not right. Senior Brother has never cultivated the Tao of array manipulation. This is certain. The Burning Sun sect master was shocked. Array manipulators were very rare in the world. That kind of Tao was many times more difficult than martial cultivation. Ordinary 6th order array manipulators were all high and mighty figures, and all of them were of the elderly generation. But now Lin Tian was only 17 years old, but he had already reached the level of a sixth-order array manipulator. This was simply a living miracle. The 7 Mysteries Pavilions, Lu Luoxia, the 100 Refinements Workshop's master, and all the outstanding disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop were all stunned. A 17-year-old youth was actually a sixth-order array manipulator. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. You're actually an array manipulator who has reached the level of a sixth-order array manipulator. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder said coldly. Lin Tian was still expressionless. He took a step forward and coldly stared at the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder as he pressed forward. This action undoubtedly caused everyone to be shocked. He actually had such an attitude when facing an Immortal Ascension expert. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder's eyes were even colder as he said, "A sixth-order array manipulator is very powerful. But do you think you can fight me with just this? You actually dare to take the initiative to approach me. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a bit too arrogant." Slap. A slap sounded. In the next moment, the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder was sent flying again, smashing into a large earthen yellow rock. Lin Tian's figure appeared where the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder was standing just now, and he once again pressed towards the other party. So fast! How did he move? Why didn't I see anything? Everyone's hearts palpitated. The 100 Refinements Workshop's master trembled slightly, and the 7 Mysteries Pavilion's Lu Luoxia was also moved. The powerful 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder, a powerful existence at the Immortal Ascension realm, was actually sent flying by Lin Tian twice in a row. Boom! Violent divine power rushed up, and the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder roared angrily. His divine figure flickered, and he directly appeared in the sky. "Bastard, although I don't know what methods you have, let's see how you attack in the sky." The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder shouted. Like the 100 Refinements Workshop's master, the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder was sent flying previously because he felt that Lin Tian had a special attack method, and his actual combat strength was not that great. One had to know that a few months ago he had met Lin Tian. At that time, Lin Tian was only at the Sea of Consciousness realm. In the past few months, how could his combat strength exceed that of the Immortal Ascension realm? Especially when he found out that Lin Tian was a 6th-stage array manipulator. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder was even more certain of his guess. After all, array manipulators had many magical methods. This was not strange. There were records in the history books that a 6th-stage array manipulator at the Sea of Consciousness realm used a special method to kill a powerful cultivator at the peak of the Zephyr realm. Lin Tian raised his head, and his eyes flickered with a bone-chilling coldness. With a swoosh, his figure disappeared. With each step, he left behind an afterimage. In the next moment, he once again appeared in front of the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder. "You, slap!" The third slap sounded. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder was sent flying. He was directly slapped down by Lin Tian from the void. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder fell. After coming into contact with the ground, a huge human-shaped pit was created. Lin Tian, however, was still standing firmly in the void, looking down like an ancient king. Seeing this scene, many cultivators of the Burning Sun sect finally changed their expressions completely. Independent in the void. The Zephyr realm. Everyone's expression changed. The Zephyr realm was the cultivation level of the elders of the 4 major sects. Zephyr realm. It's the Zephyr realm. This is the Zephyr realm. He's as outstanding as Senior Brother back then. No, he's even more outstanding than Senior Brother. I'm the genius of the Burning Sun sect, the second genius. In the Burning Sun Hall, the Burning Sun sect master and the others were shocked and then laughed. At this time, looking at Lin Tian standing alone in the void, they suddenly remembered that before this, Lin Tian rushed in from outside the Burning Sun sect. At that time they were surprised, anxious, and surprised by Lin Tian's sudden appearance. They did not notice that detail. Now that they thought about it, they became even more excited and trembled with excitement. 17 years old, Zephyr Realm. What kind of talent was this? No, impossible. The 100 Refinements Workshop Master's expression changed. How long had it been? Lin Tian had actually stepped into the Zephyr Realm from the Sea of Consciousness level. How could he improve so quickly? Lu Luoxia of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion was also stunned. A 17-year-old Zephyr Realm expert. A 17-year-old Zephyr array manipulator. What kind of monster was this? Boom! Divine power vibrated. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder stood up. His face was ashen and became extremely ferocious. Beast, you're too arrogant. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder roared. Lin Tian dared to slap him 3 times in a row. Clang! 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 The sound of weapons continued clanging. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder rose into the air. Around him, treasured weapons appeared one after another. All of them flickered with cold light. Most of them were treasured weapons, and there were even a dozen supreme treasures. It was extremely shocking. In the blink of an eye, the void was filled with weapons. There were a total of 98 weapons, causing everyone to be moved. They all sensed the cold aura of death. The 100 Refinements secret technique left behind by the great ancestor can control at most 49 treasured weapons at the same time. I have stepped into the immortal ascension realm and shattered this obstacle with my supreme divine power. Now, I have surpassed the great ancestor and can control 98 weapons at the same time. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder's eyes were cold. Lin Tian stood in the void, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He only stared coldly at the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder. Clang! 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 The ear-piercing sound of weapons reverberated. In the blink of an eye, 136 treasured weapons appeared around him. The 136 treasured weapons crisscrossed with each other. The light that flowed out was many times stronger than the treasured weapons summoned by the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder. There was no comparison at all. One was in the sky, and the other was on the ground. All of them are supreme treasures. No, there's something that surpasses supreme treasures. Everyone's expression changed. When some people saw the quasi-immortal weapons of the 3 sects, they all revealed a horrified expression. The owner of the 100 Refinements Workshop trembled as he stared at the sky. The number of precious weapons summoned by Lin Tian was actually more than the number of precious weapons summoned by the great elders of his faction. They were even stronger than the number of precious weapons summoned by the great elders of his faction. Damn it! This is impossible. Chapter 472. In the void, more than 200 precious weapons floated, all flickering with cold light, causing many people to gasp. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Tian. Everyone revealed a palpitating expression. At this moment, everyone was stunned and almost forgot to breathe. Impossible! The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder roared. Was there anything more difficult to accept than being overtaken in one's strongest field? At this moment, the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder was furious. Kill! With a furious roar, the 98 precious weapons beside the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder rushed out together and charged towards Lin Tian crazily. So what if you have a lot of weapons? So what if your weapons are strong? They are all small tricks. I have already stepped into the Immortal Ascension realm. The Immortal Ascension realm. I am no longer on the same level as you. Those below the Immortal Ascension realm are all ants. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder roared. Clang! 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 The precious weapons hissed and charged towards Lin Tian crazily. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Facing the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder, he did not even have the mood to mock him. With a single thought, the 136 treasured weapons of the various sects flew up and slashed down horizontally. Ka! 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 Crisp sounds rang out one after another. The precious weapons summoned by the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder were shattered one by one, and the fragments fell in all directions. He had many supreme treasures. Although some of them were destroyed in the battle with the Sun Physique, that was nothing. The supreme treasures he had collected in the sea region and the ancient alchemist tomb added up to more than 180. He had already replaced the supreme treasures that were destroyed by Li Guhuang. Ka! 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 Cracking sounds continued. In the blink of an eye, all the precious weapons summoned by the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder were shattered. All around, the crowd stared at this scene with fear in their hearts. The powerful 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder summoned 98 precious weapons, but they were all destroyed by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Impossible! The great elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop roared. With a boom, the divine power outside his body surged, forming a shocking defensive screen of light. Like a cannonball, he furiously shot towards Lin Tian. Pa! The sound of a slap rang out. Once again, the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder was sent flying by Lin Tian. He only managed to stabilize himself after flying more than 10 feet away. That can't be. It can't be. The great elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop roared. He was a celestial reaching realm elite who could look down on the entire heaven region. But at this moment he was so weak. How could he accept it? Lin Tian's eyes were cold and callous. The hundreds of weapons around him were all put away by him. I'll show you what true strength is, he said coldly. With a rumbling sound, an ancient and desolate mountain rose behind him. Demonic beasts roared incessantly. Then a vast area of lightning appeared, and there was a palace supporting it. In the next moment, a vast ocean appeared, and a blazing sun rose, illuminating all directions. In the end, a starry sky appeared, and a full moon appeared. The power of extreme Yin interweaved, clean and divine. The barren heaven realm, Shinming Palace, Sun Ocean, Starry Sky Moon. His eyes were cold. Then a light flashed behind him again. The place where Celestial Lord Daorin comprehended the Tao, the sea of 3-leaf clovers, the divine weapon bell, and finally, a sea of Yin and Yang lotuses floated out and interweaved behind him, making him look like an immortal god descending into the mortal world. Boom! In an instant, with him as the center, a terrifying fluctuation spread out, causing everyone's faces to turn pale in fear. The void was turbulent. Even though he had carved the defensive runes, they shattered with a crack at this moment. This is a martial technique. No, it's not a martial technique. This is the legendary divine ability. Everyone was terrified. Standing in the air, Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he looked down at the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder like a god. You! The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder staggered back as he stared at the mystical phenomena behind Lin Tian. The terrifying fluctuations caused his back to turn cold as he trembled uncontrollably. Lin Tianling stared coldly at the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder. Die. The void shook. The barren heaven realm, divine cry hall, sun ocean, and starry sky moon all pressed down together. Then the place where Celestial Lord Daorin comprehended the Tao, the sea of 3-leaf clovers, the divine weapon bell, and other divine manifestations also rushed out together. Finally, the sea of Yin and Yang lotuses descended from the sky and trapped the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder, turning into deadly swords that pierced through the center. Poof! A bloody mist exploded. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder didn't even have time to scream before he was crushed until not even his bones were left. In an instant, the entire burning sun sect fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. After an unknown period of time, a panicked voice sounded, "Grand Elder!" The 100 Refinements Workshop's owner shouted. His face turned extremely pale as he trembled. After so many years, his 100 Refinements Workshop had finally produced an expert in the immortal ascension realm. However, at this moment he was killed so easily. That was an existence in the immortal ascension realm. Grand Elder, he was. How could this be? No, this is a dream. It's a dream. It's impossible for such a thing to happen. The disciples of 100 Refinements Workshop were all horrified. An expert in the immortal ascension realm of their own sect was killed just like that. Not even his ashes were left. On the other side, Lu Luoxia of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion was also trembling, his face turning pale. Ha, good. Laughter rang out at this moment. In the Incineration Sun Hall, the Burning Sun sect master and the others were all excited. Almost all of them clenched their fists in shock and excitement. Li Changfeng, Lin Tian, this pair of master and disciple. Ha! The heavens have blessed our sect. The people of the Incineration Sun sect could not control themselves at this moment. Changfeng Lin Tian, the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect, shed tears, his old body trembling uncontrollably. 100 years ago, Li Changfeng was a young prodigy. He was heroic and had swept through all the people of the same generation in the 4 major sects alone. His strength was enough to suppress the older generation experts. He was unparalleled and even made the Grand Elder of the Valley of the Harp owe him a huge favor. Now, 100 years later, the disciple that Li Changfeng sent back was even more outstanding and stunning. At the age of 17, he had rushed into the flight realm and entered the forest of Tier 6 array manipulators. In the Burning Sun sect, he had killed an expert in the immortal ascension realm. This pair of master and disciple, one more genius than the other, one more stunning than the other. They both came from the Burning Sun sect. What kind of pride was this? It's worth it. The Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect murmured, Senior brother Lin Tian. In the Incineration Sun Hall, the disciples of the Burning Sun sect shouted loudly. They were all wild and excited. For the Burning Sun sect to have such a prodigy, this was a supreme honor. For a moment, in the Burning Sun sect and the Incineration Sun Hall, joy, excitement, and exhilaration drove away everything. In contrast, the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop and Lu Luoxia of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion were terrified to the extreme. No! The 100 Refinements Workshop master staggered backward. Fear, uneasiness, and dullness filled him with negative emotions. As for the other ordinary disciples, they couldn't help but tremble. In the sky, Lin Tian descended and looked at the 100 Refinements Workshop master. His gaze was cold, causing the 100 Refinements Workshop master to tremble violently. What are you doing? Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. A treasure sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he swung it. With a clang, the sword hummed and flew forward. Puff! The 100 Refinements Workshop master's head was chopped off, and blood spurted more than 5 feet high. The 6th heaven of the Imperial Sky Realm was chopped off by a sword. This child is so young. Could it be that he has already caught up to his master? Genius! The few elders of the Burning Sun sect were excited. After killing the 100 Refinements Workshop master, Lin Tian's expression didn't change. He tilted his head and looked at Lu Luoxia of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion. Facing Lin Tian's gaze, Lu Luoxia suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Little brother, I'm not from the 100 Refinements Workshop. I'm an elder of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion, Lu Luoxia. This time I was forced by the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop. I didn't want to. Please don't kill me. I can apologize to everyone in the Burning Sun sect. Yes, I can apologize. Lin Tian was too strong. He even killed the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop, who was at the Immortal Ascension Realm. How could he not be terrified when he killed the 100 Refinements Workshop Master with a sword? In his opinion, this young man in front of him was simply a god of death. No one could stop him. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He raised the sword in his hand. Seven Mysteries Pavilion. I will personally go there later. With a clang, he pressed down with his right hand. A resplendent sword ray slashed down, directly cutting Lu Luoxia in half. Good kill. Tu Bei of the Burning Sun sect shouted. Earlier, Lu Luoxia's so-called kind words of them had caused him to feel extremely displeased. Now, Lin Tian had killed this person with a single strike, and it instantly allowed him to vent the resentment in his heart. It was like he'd killed Lu Luoxia himself. In front of the Burning Sun sect's main hall, the disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop were all stunned. Everyone was drowned in fear. No, it can't be. This can't be real. Grand Elder, Workshop Master. These people originally had arrogant and callous expressions. Before, they had gripped their weapons and wanted to kill everyone from the Burning Sun sect. But at this moment, the 100 Refinements Lane's highest elder had been killed, the 100 Refinements Lane Master had been killed, and the 7 Profound Pavilions Lu Luoxing had been exterminated. These people stared at Lin Tian as if they had seen a demon. They could not stop trembling. Some people could not resist the fear and could not help but scream. They frantically fled out of the Burning Sun sect. Immediately, all the disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop moved and frantically fled outside. Lin Tian stood in front of the Burning Sun Hall and stared at these people. His eyes were very cold. The treasure weapons of 136 sects appeared once again, causing the void to tremble. Like bolts of lightning, they rushed in all directions. Uft! 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 Bloody mists intertwined in the void and exploded one after another. Spare us, spare us. I don't want to die. The people of the 100 Refinements Workshop begged for mercy as they fled. Their voices of fear and screams were mixed together. It was incomparably desolate. However, Lin Tian could not show mercy. When these people killed the disciples of the Burning Sun sect, they showed no mercy. Uft! 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 Bloody light shot out, dazzling and demonic red. Chapter 473. Blood drifted, dripping onto the ground. Full text to read in the Burning Sun sect, corpses were strewn across the ground. It was a ghastly sight, causing one's scalp to go numb. The 100 Refinements Lane's Grand Elder, the Master of the 100 Refinements Lane, Lu Luoxing of the 7 Profound Pavilion, and the 100 or so disciples of the 100 Refinements Lane had all been killed. For a time, the entire Burning Sun sect seemed deathly silent. After an unknown amount of time, a loud laugh resounded. Good. Tu Xie laughed heartily. This person had lived for a long time. Because of his injuries, he limped out and directly hooked his arm around Lin Tian's neck. Brat, good job. You didn't disgrace your master's name. No, you were even stronger than your master back then. I cough. Tu Xie's laughter affected his injuries, and he immediately coughed out another mouthful of blood. Lin Tian hurriedly supported Tu Xie, saying, Old Tu, don't be so excited. Excited? How can I not be excited? Now, even if you want these old bones of mine to die, I'm willing. Tu Bei said, with such a genius in the sect, how could he not be happy? Lin Tian, the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect, walked out. The Master of the Burning Sun sect and the other 3 elders also walked out from the main hall. The Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect had a head full of white hair, and his vitality had deteriorated too much. Looking at Lin Tian, his eyes were filled with gratification. Elder. Lin Tian was very respectful. This person was an old drunkard's master and could be considered his Grand Master. The Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect nodded repeatedly, his old body slightly trembling. Good, good, good. Staring at Lin Tian, the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect had tears in his eyes. Lin Tian was a disciple brought back by an old drunkard, and his daughter was an old drunkard's lover. An old drunkard was brought up by him. It could be said that an old drunkard was his child. Now that he was looking at Lin Tian, this old man was looking at his grandson. His grandson had returned after half a year, and he was very happy. It's good that you're back. The master of the Burning Sun sect said. Lin Tian was somewhat apologetic as he said, I'm sorry, sect master. This disciple came back late and let my fellow sect members. He looked around. The Burning Sun sect had been destroyed beyond recognition. Many disciples had died tragically, and there were even core disciples among them. One must know that every core disciple was a pillar of the sect, and the death of any one of them was a huge loss. It's not your fault. It has nothing to do with you. It's our fault. As the sect master and elder, we couldn't protect our disciples. The master of the Burning Sun sect shook his head. The disciples of the Burning Sun sect also surrounded Lin Tian, leaving him in the middle. Let's clean up the mess first. Luo Yu said. Luo Yu was the same as Tu Mao. He was also an elder of the Burning Sun sect. He had a calm temperament, and when he looked around, he was somewhat dejected. The master of the Burning Sun sect and the others silently nodded, and all the disciples began to move. The great elder of the 100 Refinements Lane had broken through to the immortal Ascension realm, and led the disciples of the 100 Refinements Lane up the Burning Sun sect. This was undoubtedly a great disaster for the Burning Sun sect. A large portion of the pavilion was destroyed, and many of the sect's disciples had died. The master of the Burning Sun sect and the others personally moved to tidy up the broken pavilion and record the names of the disciples who had died in this battle. All of this took a full 6 hours. After 6 hours, the Burning Sun sect had become much cleaner. The disciples who had died in the sect were all buried in the back mountain. The corpses of the people of the 100 Refinements Lane, the master of the 100 Refinements Lane, and the 7 Mysteries Pavilion's Luluasha were thrown into the setting sun mountain range below the Burning Sun sect and let the wild beasts gnaw on them. This was already considered benevolent. In fact, many of the disciples of the Burning Sun sect wanted to cut these corpses into 1,000 pieces. They wanted to cut these corpses until not even their bones were left. Soon, the sky darkened and the stars began to flicker. The stars flickered. The Burning Sun sect had been tidied up, but because many people had died, a faint smell of blood still floated in the air. The moonlight fell on the Burning Sun sect, and specks of silver light shone. When the wind blew, the trees swayed, and it seemed somewhat desolate. Lin Tian stood in front of a tomb of a descendant of the Burning Sun sect. On the tombstone, there was a line of large words that he had personally engraved. Burning Sun sect, Su Feng. Senior brother Su, rest in peace. Junior brother will thoroughly avenge you. He muttered to himself. In the Burning Sun sect, there were not many people he had a good relationship with. Su Feng was the only one. When an old drunkard had brought him to the foot of the Burning Sun sect, an old drunkard had left in a carefree manner. He had no choice but to ascend the Burning Sun sect alone. At that time, it was Su Feng who had received him and brought him to familiarize himself with the Burning Sun sect. He had also brought him to receive pills. He was very gentle and humble, and he had a good impression of him. Now, after more than half a year, he had returned, but Su Feng was dead. He had died at the hands of the disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop. He stood in front of Su Feng's tomb, his eyes cold. He was as motionless as the tombstone. He stood there for an entire night. When the stars in the starry sky were hidden and the morning sun was rising, he took one last serious look at Su Feng's tombstone and turned to leave. He walked into the burning sun sect. What entered his eyes was a ruin. Although a lot had been cleaned up, there were still bloodstains on the ground. Senior brother Lin. Senior brother. Senior brother. The disciples of the Burning Sun sect were busy. When they saw Lin Tian, they all greeted him respectfully. However, they were not in good spirits. After all, the Burning Sun sect had just suffered a great disaster and many of its disciples had died. Lin Tian nodded to these people one by one in response and walked down the mountain of the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tian. A familiar voice rang out. A person came from afar. It was Pu En from the duty hall. The sect master is looking for you and asked me to call you over. Pu En said. Is it urgent? Lin Tian asked. Pu En shook his head. No, several elders are here. It should be that they haven't seen you for a long time and want to talk to you. Lin Tian understood and nodded. I'll have to trouble Elder Pu to report to the sect master and the elders that I'm going out for a walk and will be back in 3 days at the latest, he said. Huh. Pu En was slightly suspicious. You're going out? To do something? Lin Tian Ondao. He nodded to Pu En, soared into the sky, and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The terrifying speed shocked Pu En, and then he smiled bitterly. A genius. Thinking back, what was Lin Tian's cultivation level when he first came? He was much weaker than him, but now he was still in the same place, and the other party had already stepped into the airborne realm. There were 4 sects in the first heaven. They were the peak forces of this heaven, and the distance between them was not too far. After Lin Tian left the Burning Sun sect, he flew in the air and soon landed on a road. He walked forward on foot. Looking around, there was a long staircase in the distance. It was very steep, almost the same as the Burning Sun sect. This was the place where the 100 Refinements Square was established. I'm afraid that one of the 4 major sects will disappear this time. The disappearance of the Burning Sun sect is natural. Our Supreme Elder has stepped into the immortal realm. Who else in the second heaven can be his opponent? The trash of the Burning Sun sect can only submit to our 100 Refinements Square and merge into our 100 Refinements Square. That's right. Tisk, TSK, I heard from a core disciple of our sect that our great elder said that he would let the sun-scorching sect go if they surrendered. However, even if they surrendered, he would still find a chance to kill them. That's right, the sun-scorching sect said. Hey, that's good. Those who are not my disciples must have different intentions. Why raise those trash? Kill them all. Yes, that's how it should be. There were 5 disciples guarding the mountain gate at the foot of the 100 Refinement Square. They were chatting with each other with arrogant expressions and sneers. At this moment, Lin Tian's figure appeared in the distance. He held a long sword in his hand and walked over step by step. The 5 disciples of the 100 Refinements Square naturally saw Lin Tian, and they all frowned. Who is it? Stop. Approaching our 100 Refinements Square with a weapon, are you courting death? Why aren't you stopping? I'll let you. Clang. The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, suppressing everything. Puff, puff, puff. The heads of the 3 people at the front were chopped off, and they fell straight to the ground with a bang. You dare to kill the people of our 100 Refinements Square. The last 2 people were shocked and angry. These people did not know Lin Tian. At this moment, they all pulled out their swords and sabers and circulated their vital essence. Lin Tian was expressionless. The long sword in his hand flashed, and 2 sword lights flashed. Puff, puff. Blood splattered, and the last 2 people were also beheaded. After more than half a year, he returned from the second heaven, but the Burning Sun sect was attacked by the people of the 100 Refinements Square. Many disciples died tragically, and Su Feng was also killed in that battle. An old drunkard, took him to the Burning Sun sect to cultivate. The Burning Sun sect's supreme elder, the Burning Sun sect's sect master, and several elders were very good to him, making him truly regard himself as a member of the Burning Sun sect. It made him feel a sense of belonging there, as if it was his own home. But now his home was destroyed beyond recognition. He carried his long sword and came to the foot of the 100 Refinements Square. Before he even got close, he heard the discussion of several disciples guarding the gate. They all laughed arrogantly, saying that everyone in the Burning Sun sect was trash, and even mentioned the plot of the supreme elder of the 100 Refinements Square. He forced the Burning Sun sect to join the 100 Refinements Square to temporarily survive, but in the end he still wanted to kill everyone in the Burning Sun sect. Just a few ordinary disciples guarding the gate could discuss these things and scrupulously. They treated the Burning Sun sect as nothing, insulted the people of the Burning Sun sect as trash, and said that it would be best to kill everyone in the Burning Sun sect. They should kill everyone in the Burning Sun sect, let alone the other members of the sect. It could be imagined that everyone in the 100 Refinements Square was now looking forward to the Burning Sun sect's annihilation. Some even wanted to rush to the Burning Sun sect and kill them. Perhaps they could even gain some merits. The killing intent in his heart was undoubtedly burning to the peak. He carried his long sword and did not fly. Instead, he walked up the shaving path, step by step, toward the 100 Refinements Square. The shaving path in front of the 100 Refinements Square was paved with hard stones. The tip of the sword was supported on the shaving path. As he walked up, there were sizzling sounds and sparks. This scene was quickly discovered by a deacon of the 100 Refinements Square. Immediately, the deacon revealed a look of shock. "How dare you? Who are you? How dare you barge into my 100 Refinements Square?" The deacon shouted sternly. As he walked down the shaving path, he saw several disciples guarding the gate lying in a pool of blood. Lin Tian did not speak. His face was expressionless as he dragged his long sword and walked up. "You're courting death!" The deacon shouted angrily. His figure flashed, and he rushed down like a swan goose. His 5 fingers stretched out and grabbed Lin Tian's neck. End of chapter. Chapter 474. The deacon of the 100 Refinements Workshop was not weak. He was at the second level of his sea of consciousness. He opened his 5 fingers, and a shocking amount of vital essence surged out. This was a martial technique called the eagle-tearing claw. It was very terrifying. "Die!" The deacon shouted coldly, his gaze cold and cruel. Lin Tian's face did not change at all. He only raised his hand and slashed out. Puff! A bloody light flashed. Before the deacon could even get close, he was cut into 2 by the sword light. Until his death, the deacon still maintained his posture of grabbing Lin Tian. Only blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Then he fell on the razor path with a bang. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He was very calm as he walked up the 100 Refinements Workshop. "Someone's there." On the razor path, blood, that's Deacon Ning. The disciples guarding the mountain are all dead. On the 100 Refinements Workshop, more and more disciples noticed Lin Tian. Their expressions changed immediately. "Quickly inform the other deacons. Someone barged into our sect and killed a few junior brothers guarding the mountain. He even killed Deacon Ning. The Grand Elder has just stepped into the Immortal Ascension realm. Now, someone dares to barge into our 100 Refinements Workshop. He's courting death. No matter who this person is, we must cut him into 1,000 pieces." Many disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop said coldly. The 100 Refinements Workshop had always been the leader of the 4 major sections. Now, the sect's Grand Elder had even stepped into the Immortal Ascension realm. Almost everyone in the 100 Refinements Workshop knew about it. Everyone was extremely excited. The #1 sect now had an Immortal Ascension realm expert holding down the fort. They could finally look down on this celestial region and became even more arrogant. But now, on this day, someone actually dared to barge into the 100 Refinements workshop. This made the disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop extremely angry. You dare to mess with the Tice way? You must be tired of living, someone said coldly. Soon, dozens of disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop gathered there. They were all looking down and staring coldly at Lin Tian as he walked over. Before the deacons come, let's give him some gifts. That's a good idea. Everyone attack together. Someone shouted. All right, how dare a little thief barge into our 100 Refinements workshop? He's tired of living. Cripple him and show the might of our 100 Refinements workshop. Some disciples had ferocious looks on their faces. The 100 Refinements workshop controlled the 100 Refinements secret technique, which was very powerful. It was originally the strongest among the 4 major sects, and its disciples were very arrogant. Now that the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop had stepped into the celestial opening realm, the disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop were even more arrogant. Now that they saw someone barging into the 100 Refinements workshop, how could these disciples be happy? Their eyes were filled with cruel killing intent. Boom! Clang! The light of Zhen Yuan flickered, the sword light and the blade light crisscrossed, simultaneously attacking Lin Tian, who was on the shaving path. Lin Tian's face was expressionless, and his steps were steady. He only calmly took a step forward. It looked like he was not doing anything, but not a single ray of sword light could hit him. He does have some tricks up his sleeve. Don't be careless. Since this little thief can kill Deacon Ning, he's definitely not ordinary, someone said. After that, even more violent Zhan Yuan fluctuations surged. Dozens of 100 Refinements workshop disciples stood together and attacked together. Saber lights, sword shadows, and halberd lights all rushed towards Lin Tian. Some people even took out flying knives and threw them down. However, it was a pity that all of their attacks missed. The shaving path was very long. Lin Tian dragged his long sword and walked step by step towards 100 Refinements workshop. His clothes fluttered in the wind. On 100 Refinements workshop, dozens of disciples were shocked, and many of them felt their hearts palpitate. Interesting, a sneer sounded. After dozens of people, a purple-robed young man walked over with a cold gaze. He was as sharp as a goshawk as he looked at Lin Tian, who was walking over. Senior Brother Luo. Seeing this person, the crowd was moved and revealed a look of awe. The purple-robed young man was about 26 years old. With a light leap, he pounced towards Lin Tian like an eagle in the sky. At the same time, clanging sounds were incessant. The treasure weapons of the 12 sects appeared beside the purple-robed young man, all of them flickering with a cold, murderous light. Senior Brother Luo is a new core disciple, and his cultivation has already reached the 4th level of the spiritual sea. This person is dead for sure. Of course. In front of our 100 Refinements workshop's core disciple. He's not worth mentioning. Many people sneered. The purple-robed young man's eyes were cold. In the blink of an eye, he was only a few feet away from Lin Tian. Barging into our 100 Refinements workshop, your life, poof! A cold light flashed, and a head rolled down the stairs. The purple-robed young man's corpse fell on the razor path with a bang. What? Senior Brother Luo was. How is that possible? Seeing this scene, dozens of 100 Refinements workshops disciples changed their expressions. Lin Tian's footsteps did not change, as if he had done nothing. He walked up the steep razor path step by step and finally reached the top of 100 Refinements workshop. Seeing that he had reached the top, the dozens of 100 Refinements workshops disciples who had gathered here previously were all frightened. They retreated several feet before stopping. All of them were very pale. You. Who are you? How dare you come to our 100 Refinements workshop and kill our sect's disciples? You're courting death. Someone shouted, trying to appear fierce but cowardly. This was an outer sect disciple with extraordinary strength at the 9th level of the divine range. Lin Tian did not say anything. He swung his sword and directly chopped off this person's head. You! Such a domineering attitude caused the other disciples to reveal expressions of anger. However, soon a tough person spoke with a ferocious expression and shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid. He's only one person. We have more people here. If we attack together, we will definitely be able to kill him. Moreover, the deacons will be here soon. Yes, attack together. Kill him. Kill!" Someone roared. His entire body was filled with hostility as he charged toward Lin Tian together. In an instant, violent vital essence surged. Dozens of people rushed forward together, surrounding Lin Tian in the middle. Lin Tian did not show any emotion. He just calmly raised his hand and swung his sword away. He could even kill an immortal realm expert. How could these ordinary outer sect disciples of the divine range stop him? Poof! 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 In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people were killed, and their blood stained the ground. Lin Tian took a step forward and attacked mercilessly. He swung his sword again. Blood splattered. He swung his sword a second time, cutting the last dozen people in half at the waist. All of them died tragically under his feet. Who is it? At this moment a shout was heard. 5 deacons rushed over from afar. At the same time, more disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop were shocked. They walked out from every corner of the 100 Refinements Workshop. There were hundreds of them. You came to the 100 Refinements Workshop to kill people. Are you courting death? All the disciples were shocked and furious. Their expressions were grim. What kind of place was the 100 Refinements Workshop? It was the strongest place among the 4 major sections. However, someone dared to barge in and kill dozens of disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop. Be asterisk starred. The 5 deacons stared at this scene and their eyes widened. With a loud bang, the 5 people's true essence surged out from their bodies, all pressing down on Lin Tian. These 5 deacons were very strong. The weakest was at the 3rd level of the spiritual sea. The strongest was at the 6th level of the spiritual sea. At this moment they attacked together. For a moment a vast radiance shook. It was like a mountain of light was pressing down, enveloping Lin Tian in it. Lin Tian did not say anything. The long sword in his hand was still dripping with blood. He raised it gently and swung it down mercilessly. With a clang, a silver sword aura tore through the air. Puff! 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 The blood light was dazzling. The 5 powerful deacons were pierced through their chests. Their hearts were shattered, and they could not be more dead. Seeing this, the disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop who walked out were shocked. How could this be? 5 powerful spiritual sea realm deacons were killed in a single exchange. What kind of combat power was this? The disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop were terrified. However, this fear was soon replaced by anger and malevolence. Damn it! How dare you kill people in the 100 Refinements Workshop? You're too arrogant. Thief! Quick, inform the 3 elders! Someone shouted. Someone went to inform the elders, while the others stared at Lin Tian vigilantly. Many of them took out their swords and sabers, their faces filled with vigilance and anger. All of them had sinister looks on their faces, as if they wanted to kill Lin Tian 1,000 or 10,000 times with their gazes. Lin Tian tilted his head. His eyes were cold. The long sword in his hand shook slightly. The 9 styles of the sun incinerating swept out and slashed in all directions. Puff! 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 The blood light continued and scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, dozens of 100 Refinements Workshop disciples fell into a pool of blood and died tragically on the spot. Brothers, let's attack together. Kill him! An inner sect disciple shouted. As the first of the 4 sects, the 100 Refinements Workshop had many experts. Many of them were very vicious and shouted loudly. Soon, other disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop responded and rushed over. The Supreme Elder and the workshop owner will go and kill that group of trash from the Burning Sun sect. They will bring back everything from the Burning Sun sect to strengthen the 100 Refinements Workshop. As disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop, we can't lose face in the sect. Give it your all and kill him. Someone shouted. This was also an inner sect disciple. His cultivation was at the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm, and he was stronger than many deacons. Kill. Voices sounded and responded in unison. They were all inner sect disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop. Their cultivation was extraordinary, and their combat power was very strong. Boom! Treasure light crisscrossed. Their vital essence was astonishing, and cold rays of light shot out. The weakest of these inner sect disciples was at the early stage of the spiritual sea realm. At this moment, there were dozens of them attacking together. They cooperated very well with each other. Their power was really not to be underestimated. Even an ordinary Zephyr realm expert would be moved. Lin Tian still did not speak. He raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. Clang! The 9 forms of the burning sun spread out. The flame sword swept across and broke through the air. Puff! 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 In the blink of an eye, several inner sect disciples who were closest to him died tragically. They were all cut in half at the waist, and their internal organs were all shattered. He came here as a disciple of the Burning Sun sect. He wanted to use the 9 forms of the Burning Sun to clean up everything and end all karma. 9 forms of the Burning Sun? You are from the Burning Sun sect. How could you appear here? This shouldn't be. An inner sect disciple exclaimed. In an instant, the other inner sect disciples were also moved. These people did not know Lin Tian, but they recognized the sword skill that Lin Tian was using at this moment. It was the Burning Sun sect's ultimate skill. The 9 forms of the Burning Sun, immediately they were shocked. Their sect's Grand Elder had reached the immortal realm and personally led the workshop owner and a group of outstanding disciples to the Burning Sun sect. But now, someone from the Burning Sun sect had come to the 100 Refinements Workshop. End of chapter. Chapter 475. The group of inner sect disciples of 100 Refinements Workshop were shocked. Their own faction's Grand Elder and Workshop Master had led a group of outstanding disciples to the Burning Sun sect. But at this time, someone from the Burning Sun sect actually came to their 100 Refinements Workshop. This was unexpected. Someone stood out. Your Burning Sun sect is quite stubborn. You actually want to bite us before you are destroyed. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he slashed out with his sword. The person who spoke was an inner sect disciple at the 3rd level of the Sea of Consciousness realm. Before he could react, he was cut into 2 by the sword. Damn it, how dare you do this? Even an immortal won't be able to save you if you kill our 100 Refinements Workshops people like this. You must die. Kill him. The disciples of 100 Refinements Workshop were furious, and their faces were ferocious. They wore the uniform of 100 Refinements Workshop, and dozens of them were at the Sea of Consciousness realm. They were inner sect disciples of 100 Refinements Workshop. At this moment, they roared and attacked Lin Tian together. Instantly, true essence light soared into the sky, and saber light and sword shadows sealed the surroundings. Even a fly could not fly out. Lin Tian was expressionless. He raised his hand and slashed. With a swoosh, the martial skill light that was pressing down was instantly cut into pieces and dissipated into nothingness like a spark. He raised his head again, and it was still a simple slash. Pooh! A cold light shone in all directions. An inner sect disciple was cut into pieces, and large pieces of flesh and blood splattered everywhere. He calmly stepped forward. The long sword in his hand seemed to have a terrifying, demonic power. As long as he waved it, there would be blood. As long as he slashed, someone would die. In the blink of an eye, countless corpses fell in front of 100 Refinement's workshop, and blood dyed a large area of the ground red. During this process, Lin Tian did not say a word. He just calmly stepped forward and killed 10 people with one step. At this moment, 3 powerful fluctuations appeared. In the depths of 100 Refinement's workshop, 3 elders flew over and arrived in the blink of an eye. Great Elder, Third Elder, Fourth Elder, someone exclaimed. The 3 elders from the 100 Refinement's workshop walked over. All of them had cold and detached expressions. When they saw Lin Tian, their expressions immediately changed. Lin Tian, it's you, one of them said. Hearing those words, the people from the 100 Refinement's workshop all revealed shocked expressions. Lin Tian, Stai, one under Sir TXT, this is he, that Lin Tian from the Burning Sun sect, the one who secretly learned the 100 Refinement's secret technique of my 100 Refinement's workshop? The disciples of 100 Refinement's workshop were surprised. Not many of the 100 Refinement's workshop's disciples knew Lin Tian. However, they had all heard of him. The 3 elders of the 100 Refinement's workshop scanned their surroundings. Their eyes were filled with sinister light. The 4th elder took a step forward and descended from the sky. The Zhan Yuan around his body became violent, like a vast ocean, and its power was extremely shocking. I have been waiting for you for half a year. I did not expect that you would finally appear, but you actually dared to come here and kill my sect's disciples. You are really courting death. This person's eyes were sinister. He stretched out his right hand, which transformed into the size of a millstone. His pitch-black true essence surged as he grabbed at Lin Tian. I'll spare your dog life for now. Once we get what we want, we'll cut you up bit by bit to avenge our dead disciple. This person said, coldly, 4th elder, make your move. This little thief is hopeless. Of course, the 4th elder is a flight realm expert. It's a pity that we can't kill him directly. Didn't you hear what the 4th elder said? We'll only spare his dog life for now. When the elders find what they want, it will be time for him to be killed. At that time, please hand him over to us and use the 36 types of torture to torture him to death. That's right. Seeing the 4th elder make his move, all the disciples of the 100 Refinement's workshop calmed down as if they had eaten a tranquilizer. Many people stared at Lin Tian with sinister expressions as if they were looking at a corpse. With a boom, the 4th elder's big hand arrived, wanting to suppress Lin Tian with a single strike. Pooh! Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He casually waved the long sword in his hand, and a severed arm flew out diagonally, spraying blood all over the sky. The 4th elder of the 100 Refinement's workshop screamed miserably, and a look of horror immediately appeared on his face. You! He was a flight realm expert, but now one of his arms was chopped off in a single exchange. This is... How could this be? That's the 4th elder. This... The expressions of the disciples of the 100 Refinement's workshop all changed, and they could not believe everything in front of them. Not only them, but even the 1st elder and 3rd elder of the 100 Refinement's workshop in the void were shocked. Among them, the 3rd elder had been to the 100 Refinement's workshop once and met Lin Tian. At that time, Lin Tian was only at the 4th heaven of the Sea of Consciousness. But now, only half a year had passed, and he could easily injure a 3rd heaven of the flight realm expert. How is this possible? The 3rd elder was shocked. Lin Tian! The 4th elder roared angrily. Not only was he in pain, but he was also angry. To him, this was a humiliation. With a loud roar, he pushed his vital essence to the extreme. Treasured weapons appeared one after another and slashed crazily at Lin Tian. 4th elder, be careful when you attack. Don't kill him, the 1st elder said. The 4th elder's expression was gloomy. I know. Puff! A sword light flew over, directly interrupting the fourth elder's next words and cutting off his head. Such a scene immediately caused everyone in the 100 Refinements workshop to tremble. The fourth elder, who was at the third heaven of the flight realm, was killed so easily. Clang, 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 clang. The weapons summoned by the fourth elder all fell to the ground, making metallic sounds. Lin Tian was expressionless, like a bloodthirsty demon king. He raised the long sword in his hand again. Clang! He used the 9 styles of the burning sun. The flame, sword light, soared into the sky and slashed in all directions. Now that he had stepped into the fourth heaven of the flight realm, his combat strength was so tyrannical that even the masters of the top 10 sects of the second heaven had to fear him. He had even killed a Holy Land elder at the second heaven of the Immortal Ascension realm. Now, these people of the 100 Refinements workshop were simply not enough. Ah! Screams echoed. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people died, tragically. Lin Tian held his long sword and killed 10 people in one step as he walked towards the center of the 100 Refinements workshop. At the center of the 100 Refinements workshop stood a tall tower. It was the core palace of the 100 Refinements workshop, the 100 Refinements Tower. He activated the 9 styles of the burning sun to the limit. With one sword strike, 10 people died. However, he did not reveal the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. The rhythm of his steps did not change at all. He was prepared to destroy the 100 Refinements Tower and then completely clear this place. Uft! 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 Rays of bloodlight flashed as the disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop charged ferociously. Unfortunately, how could they stop Lin Tian? They all bled. Lin Tian did not say a word. He was expressionless as he walked forward step by step. Such an attitude undoubtedly infuriated all the cultivators in the 100 Refinements workshop. Arrogant, a new core disciple of the 100 Refinements workshop shouted. In the next moment, a sword light approached him and he fell into a pool of blood. Sacrificial killing array. The first elder and third elder of the 100 Refinements workshop roared. As the voices of the 2 men rang out, mysterious runes immediately appeared on the ground of the 100 Refinements workshop with a bang. Immediately, the surrounding space began to distort. Rays of murderous light flashed, and the energy fluctuations were astonishingly powerful. Do you really think that our 100 Refinements workshop is a place that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can barge in? The killing array protects the sect. Anyone below the Immortal Ascension realm will die. The 2 of them said coldly. As the 2 of them finished speaking, the killing light on the 100 Refinements workshop became even more terrifying. Activate the sect protection array. This beast is finished. Not yet. The elders won't kill him directly. He's still useful. It's really annoying that we can't kill him directly. It's too easy to kill him directly. We have to torture him until he's better off dead. That's right. Many people in the 100 Refinements workshop had ferocious expressions as they stared at Lin Tian viciously. Boom! Boundless killing light swept past and slashed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not react at all, but his eyes were very cold. He circulated the divine One Soul technique, and silver light flickered and floated in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the distorted space above the 100 Refinements workshop calmed down, and all the killing light disappeared. The killing patterns on the ground also dimmed and fell into a dormant state. What's going on? Why did the killing array stop? The third elder's expression changed. With a clang, a dazzling sword light suddenly floated past and pierced through his glabella. Silver light intertwined outside Lin Tian's body and then dimmed. The 100 Refinements workshop's sect protection array was only drawn by a rank 6 array controller back then. This level of killing array was too weak for Lin Tian, who cultivated the divine One Soul technique. He only released wisps of soul power and controlled it with the divine One Soul technique. He directly cut off part of the killing patterns, causing the entire killing array to fall into a state of death. Third Elder, where's the killing array? Why isn't our sect protection array operating? What's happening? All the disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop trembled in fear. At this moment, with a clang, the fiery sword light appeared again, burning the void until it was distorted and ripples appeared. Puff! 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 Blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop died and fell into a pool of blood with a bang. Lin Tian stepped forward and continued forward. During this process, he would swing his sword from time to time. A casual swing of his sword could reap more than a dozen lives. Lin Tian, our Grand Supreme Elder, has reached the Immortal Ascension realm. He won't let you go. An inner sect disciple shouted fiercely. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He did not say anything. He raised his long sword and swung it down mercilessly, chopping off that person's head. Then he continued to swing his sword. Sword Qi rampaged, causing wails to resound in the surroundings as more people died. Stop! What are you trying to do? The Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop's eyes were red, and he could not help but roar, looking at the corpses around him. His pupils constricted rapidly. These were all outstanding disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop, but now more than 100 of them had been killed. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He swung his sword and sent the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop flying with a bang. What did your 100 Refinements workshop do to my Burning Sun sect? I'm here today to do the same. It's no big deal. It's just a sect extermination. Lin Tian spoke for the first time, and his voice was bone-chilling. A few months ago, the 100 Refinements workshop gathered people to cause trouble for him at the Burning Sun sect. It was the same in the Demon Burial Valley. They hired a rank 6 array controller to deal with him. A few months later, the 100 Refinements workshop even attacked the Burning Sun sect. How could he tolerate it? Now, both old and new grudges were settled. He wanted to completely flatten this place. Like a demon king, he attacked decisively and mercilessly. Anyone who stood in his way would be killed. Thief! You will die a horrible death. The Grand Supreme Elder will avenge us. Ah! Grand Elder, save us! Save us! No! The people of the 100 Refinements workshop roared at Lin Tian ferociously, but soon the expressions on their faces changed and were replaced by fear. Lin Tian was too terrifying. He showed no mercy when he attacked. It was as if he was the god of death who had walked out of hell and wantonly reaped lives. He did not even blink when he attacked. Damn it! Stop! Stop! The Grand Elder roared. When he saw Lin Tian killing the disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he pounced forward like a wild beast. Lin Tian raised his leg and sent him flying with a kick. You have the highest status in the 100 Refinements workshop now. I will not kill you for the time being. I will let you watch as I destroy everything in your 100 Refinements workshop and kill everyone in it. Lin Tian's voice was merciless. Chapter 476. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the expression of the Great Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop changed drastically. You want to destroy my 100 Refinements workshop? Lin Tian didn't say anything. He stepped forward and shook the long sword in his hand again. Clang! With the sound of the sword, the fiery sword light flew in all directions, cutting off the heads of the disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop one by one. There was no expression on his face, as if he was doing the most ordinary thing. He just raised his hand and swung his sword. It was that simple. Ah! Great Elder, save us, save me. Ah, no, don't kill us. The disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop were completely terrified. They fled in all directions in fear. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent as he calmly stepped forward. With every step he took, Someone would definitely die under his feet. Many people of the 100 Refinements workshop fled. They were frightened by Lin Tian and no longer had the will to fight. Now these people only wanted to live. However, when some people fled for a distance, mysterious patterns suddenly appeared in the void and sealed the surroundings. With a bang, these people were knocked back and fell into the dust in a sorry state. The way out is blocked. What's going on? How could this be? This. Everyone was terrified. Lin Tian raised his hand and waved his long sword. He used the third style of the incinerating sun instantly. Fiery swords filled the sky. He had come to the 100 Refinements workshop to completely wipe out the place and wipe out the entire place. Naturally, he would not let anyone escape. As early as the moment he entered the 100 Refinements workshop, he had engraved forbidden matrix patterns in the void, isolating this space. Even airborne realm cultivators would not be able to escape. His expression was cold. This time he came only to reap lives. Uft, uft, uft. Lives withered like flowers and blood splattered. It was a shocking sight. Stop! The great elder of the 100 Refinements workshop roared and rushed forward. Unfortunately, before he could get close, he was directly swept away by Lin Tian's sword. Lin Tian controlled his strength very well. He only sent him flying and didn't kill him. Just as he said earlier, he wanted this first elder of 100 Refinements workshop to watch him destroy everything in 100 Refinements workshop and kill everyone in 100 Refinements workshop. He stepped on the ground of the 100 Refinements workshop and swung his sword. More than 10 heads floated up. The screams reverberated in this space. If anyone heard it, their scalp would definitely go numb. At this time, the disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop no longer had the will to fight. They were no longer as arrogant and ferocious as before. At this time, many of them wanted to escape, but they simply couldn't. There were forbidden runes in the void, sealing this space. The great elder of the 100 Refinements workshop roared angrily, "Stop! How could you be so cruel? Are you still human?" Cruel? Lin Tianling laughed, his eyes filled with mockery. The supreme elder of the 100 Refinements workshop and the master of the 100 Refinements workshop led a group of people to force the Burning Sun sect. They killed many disciples of the Burning Sun sect and even plotted to torture everyone in the Burning Sun sect to death after annexing the Burning Sun sect. Then he came to the 100 Refinements workshop alone and heard the disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop discussing the destruction of the Burning Sun sect. They said that the people of the Burning Sun sect were all trash and that it would be best to kill them. Now he was just returning an eye for an eye, but the other party called him cruel. To trash like you, it's only right for you to humiliate and kill others. But if others resist even a little, it's cruel. His eyes were cold and killing intent intertwined in his eyes. He swung his sword backward. With a clang, flame surged. In an instant, a sea of fire suddenly appeared in this space, engulfing dozens of disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop on the spot. He attacked mercilessly. Holding the long sword, he slashed out again. The core disciple at the front was just about to dodge when he was cut into pieces on the spot. His flesh and blood splattered in all directions. The 100 Refinements workshop's great elder's face was ashen. He was ferocious and furious. He attacked Lin Tian again and again, but he was kicked away. Help! Screams and cries for help sounded continuously. In the 100 Refinements workshop, the pavilions collapsed one by one, and the disciples fell one by one. Ah! Don't kill me, don't kill me. Great elder, save me. This was a place of blood. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He was like a demon that had awakened in the human world. He was cold-blooded and cruel, and he attacked mercilessly. He cut off heads one after another. Some of the heads that flew up still had a look of horror on their faces. As he strode forward, corpses after corpses fell at his feet. Along the way, no one could compete with him. No one could block his sword. Even the old deacon at the peak of the Sea of Knowledge realm didn't dare to touch his sword. Puff! 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 Blood mists exploded, and corpses fell one after another. Finally, he killed his way through and arrived at the center of the 100 Refinements workshop. Here stood the 100 Refinements Tower of the 100 Refinements workshop. The tower was divided into 9 levels, and it was the symbol of the 100 Refinements workshop. It was the most important place in the 100 Refinements workshop. Looking at the 100 Refinements tower, his eyes were cold. A sea of lightning suddenly rushed out from behind him. The Divine Cry Palace of the King's region appeared and pressed forward. Boom! With a loud sound, the 100 Refinements tower immediately shattered into pieces, causing sand and dust to splatter everywhere. The 100 Refinements workshop's great elder was stunned. He instantly roared with bloodshot eyes, "Bastard! Sinner! Sinner!" The 100 Refinements workshop was the strongest sect in this heaven region. It had been around for countless years, and no one had ever dared to behave atrociously here. However, today Lin Tian completely destroyed everything and directly destroyed the 100 Refinements tower, the symbol of the sect. One had to know that this pagoda was personally built by the founder of the 100 Refinements workshop back then. But now it had been reduced to rubble. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. The 100 Refinements workshop's great elder roared angrily. He took out more than 20 artifacts and crazily charged towards Lin Tiansha. Lin Tian did not even look at him. He raised his hand and swung his sword. Crack! 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 Crisp sounds rang out continuously. In an instant, the 20 artifacts that the 100 Refinements workshop's great elder took out were all shattered. He looked around with a heartless gaze. It's about time. I'll send all of you on your way, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, clanging sounds could be heard. 136 artifacts appeared, and the clanging sounds of weapons could be heard. Everyone from the 100 Refinements workshop stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. They were completely stunned, and their eyes were filled with fear. How exactly did he do it? One had to know that their lineage's 100 Refinements mystic technique could only control 49 artifacts at the same time when cultivated to the extreme. Even if the Great Elder reached the immortal realm and forcefully broke the limit, he could only control 98 artifacts at most. But now, there was actually someone who could control 136 artifacts at the same time. I secretly learned your 100 Refinements mystic technique. You guys are really thick-skinned to be able to keep insisting on this point, Lin Tianling said. As soon as he finished speaking with a thought, the 136 artifacts clanged and rushed out in all directions like lightning. Instantly, streaks of blood light flashed. Uft, uft, uft. In this space, the disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop were killed one by one. Everyone fled frantically. Unfortunately, the way out had already been sealed by the forbidden formation runes. There was no way to escape. Lin Tian, the great elder of the 100 Refinements workshop, roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. Very good, that's right, Lin Tianling said coldly, making the people of the 100 Refinements workshop feel heart-wrenching pain was the outcome he wanted. His gaze was heartless. With a thought, the 136 artifacts swept out in all directions and mercilessly killed the people who were fleeing in the 100 Refinements workshop. The worst of these artifacts were supreme treasures. Their might was tyrannical and peerless. Who could block them? Uft, uft, uft. Blood mists exploded one after another as screams sounded. After dozens of breaths, the space was completely silent. As far as the eye could see, the ground of the 100 Refinements workshop was dyed red with blood. There were corpses one after another, and some immortal plants were shattered beyond recognition. The great elder of the 100 Refinements workshop fell to the ground dejectedly. His eyes were bloodshot as he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence in a row. After a while, he screamed and charged towards Lin Tian like a vengeful ghost. Lin Tian slapped him with the back of his hand and sent him flying into a pavilion not far away. "How do you feel?" he said coldly. "Lin Tian, beast. What a beast. Just you wait. The Grand Elder and the workshop owner will not let you off. Even if you hide to the ends of the world, the Grand Elder will find you and kill you." The Great Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop roared. Lin Tian's expression was cold as he sent the Great Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop flying with a kick, crashing into an old tree not far away. "I can come here calmly and slowly kill everyone in your 100 Refinements Workshop. Do you think that your Grand Elder and the workshop owner are still alive?" he said coldly. The Great Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop trembled and immediately felt a chill down his spine. His eyes widened. You, Lin Tianling snorted and swung his sword, chopping off this person's head. He stood on the spot. The blood on the ground flowed like a stream, but it could not disturb his mind at all. Today his cultivation had reached the 4th heaven of the Zephyr realm, and his mental strength had been tempered to a very strong level. It was no longer like when he was in the Imperial City, where he would have nightmares and hallucinations after killing hundreds of people. Those days had long passed. The current him was a true cultivator, a person who lived for battle. He swept his gaze across the 100 Refinements Workshop and walked into the depths. After spending more than 2 hours, he cut open the pavilions of the 100 Refinements Workshop and found many things. There were thousands of first-grade Baodan and second-grade Baodan, as well as many treasure herbs and beast cores. There were also hundreds of treasured weapons and spirit weapons, and the spirit coins were even more astonishing. Moreover, he obtained some of the ultimate martial techniques of the 100 Refinements Workshop, such as the 7 Shadows 1 Kill martial technique and the White Rainbow Piercing Sun martial technique. They were all very famous martial techniques in this heaven region that could greatly increase a cultivator's combat strength. These things were no longer of any use to him, but they were indispensable resources for the Burning Sun sect. Whether it was the Baodan beast cores, treasured weapons, spirit coins, or martial techniques, these things were of great use to the development of a sect. He found about 20 stone rings in the 100 Refinements Workshop and put all the Baodan, beast cores, and treasured weapons into the 20 stone rings. Then he put them away and would hand them over to the Burning Sun sect master later. After another 10 breaths, he came to a forbidden area in the depths of the 100 Refinements Workshop. There was a scarlet-green pavilion in front of him. He cut the pavilion into pieces and broke through some of the mechanisms inside. He took out a jade book with 4 words printed on it, 100 Refinements Secret Technique. He took the jade book and flipped it open to read. He found that the cultivation route recorded in this so-called 100 Refinements Secret Technique was exactly the same as the first paragraph of the weapon control technique. There was not even half a word difference. As expected, it's an incomplete piece of the weapon control technique. He coldly muttered to himself. Vital essence flickered in his right hand. With a crack, he directly shattered the jade book. Chapter 477. The 100 Refinements Secret Technique Jade Book, which recorded the incomplete weapon controlling technique, was shattered. Not even dregs were left behind as jade sand scattered all over the ground. Lin Tian waved his hand, and a sword light suddenly appeared, slashing the scarlet-green pavilion into pieces, causing dust to splatter all over the sky. He soared into the sky and soon arrived at a place more than 300 feet above the ground. Looking down from the sky, the 100 Refinements Workshop was in a mess. Blood was everywhere and corpses were everywhere. It was a scene of purgatory. Lin Tian glanced down indifferently. His figure flashed, and he instantly disappeared from the sky above the 100 Refinements Workshop. After leaving the 100 Refinements Workshop, Lin Tian flew in the sky. The wind whistled in his ears, and the scenery on both sides flew past rapidly. He did not return to the Burning Sun sect. Instead, he flew in another direction. Soon, 10 hours passed. After 10 hours of flying, a green mountain appeared in front of him. The green mountain was vast, and there were many palaces and pavilions in it. Right in front of him was a huge courtyard, and a few young divine range cultivators were guarding outside the courtyard. 7 Mysteries Pavilion. Lin Tian arrived here with an indifferent expression and walked forward step by step. Who is it? Outside the 7 Mysteries Pavilion's courtyard, the disciple guarding the courtyard stepped forward and asked with a frown. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He did not say anything and just walked forward. The faces of the few youths guarding the courtyard immediately darkened, and a cold glint flashed in their eyes. You still want to barge into our sect? Take him down, one of them said. After this person finished speaking, he directly stepped forward and grabbed Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand and swept out a sword wind, directly sending this person flying. With a bang, this person crashed into the courtyard of a 7 Mysteries Pavilion not far away. He let out a scream and did not stand up again. Instantly, the other youth's expressions changed. Their faces darkened, and a cold glint flashed in their eyes. How dare you attack in front of our 7 Mysteries Pavilion? You're courting death. The few of them were enraged. They each drew their swords and charged over together. Lin Tian's footsteps did not change. A majestic force rushed out of his body and swept out like a hurricane. Bang! 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 The few people who stepped forward were all sent flying, falling into the distance while howling in grief. Not even glancing at these people, Lin Tian's footsteps didn't change as he crossed the 7 Mysteries Pavilion's gate and headed inside. The 7 Profound Pavilion caused him to feel a chill in his heart. However, because this sect had only received some benefits from the 100 Refinements Workshop and sent an elder to support the 100 Refinements Workshop, he did not kill these disciples of the 7 Profound Pavilion. He only forced them back, causing them to temporarily lose their ability to fight. After coming here, he had never thought of wantonly killing people. However, the 7 Profound Pavilion still had to pay the price. He couldn't allow his sect to be casually bullied by others. He walked past the entrance of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion. His footsteps were steady as he walked into the 7 Mysteries Pavilion. Very quickly, people within the 7 Mysteries Pavilion naturally discovered him. Who are you? You are not a disciple of my 7 Profound Pavilion. How did you get in? As one of the 4 great sects of the first heaven, the 7 Profound Pavilion had many disciples. It was impossible for a single disciple to recognize everyone in the sect. However, this did not prevent these people from determining that Lin Tian was not a disciple of the 7 Profound Pavilion. This was because every sect had their own uniform and symbol, and Lin Tian did not have the uniform and symbol of a 7 Profound Pavilion disciple. Lin Tian stared at the 7 Profound Pavilion. In the center was the 7 Profound Palace, where several important figures of the 7 Profound Pavilion usually gathered. He did not care about the surrounding disciples of the 7 Profound Pavilion. His footsteps were steady as he walked towards the 7 Profound Palace. This action undoubtedly angered all the nearby disciples of the 7 Profound Pavilion. Several deacons walked over. Take him down, one of them coldly said. Suddenly, among the deacons, a powerhouse at the 7th heavenly layer of spiritual sea moved. He used a powerful martial skill to grab Lin Tian. Lin Tian tilted his head, his eyes cold. Get out of my way. Facing his gaze, the deacon, who was about to make a move, suddenly trembled as if he had seen a ghost. He only felt that he was shrouded by a monstrous chill. His body suddenly stopped, and he couldn't help but tremble. Even his lips were trembling. You! The deacon trembled. He suddenly felt as if a scythe of death was placed on his neck. At the same time, the surrounding people's faces also changed. At this time, Lin Tian's body emitted a terrifying chill, causing everyone's hearts to tremble in fear. Staring at Lin Tian, the nearby cultivators were all frightened. Among them, there were even a few core disciples of the 7 Profound Pavilion. They could fight against powerhouses at the 8th heavenly layer of spiritual sea. However, at this moment, facing Lin Tian's cold aura, these normally arrogant core disciples were also frightened. They wanted to rush forward, but they could not move their feet. Everyone was suppressed by the cold aura and did not dare to move. Lin Tian did not care about these people and continued to walk forward. His cultivation had already reached the 4th heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm. Along the way, he had killed countless people. Many immortal ascension realm powerhouses had died in his hands. The killing intent and cold aura that he had accumulated were extremely terrifying. How could a few spiritual sea cultivators or even divine pulse cultivators withstand it? Even ordinary Zephyr realm powerhouses would find it difficult to withstand such killing intent. Soon, dozens of breaths passed. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by an astonishing cold aura as he directly arrived in front of the 7 Profound Palace. Staring ahead, he stopped in his tracks, and a supreme treasure sword appeared in his hand. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. With a wave of his right hand, a dazzling sword light directly slashed out. This sword light was somewhat tyrannical. It carried lightning and fire. In the blink of an eye, it slashed the 7 Profound Palace in front of him. With a boom, the 7 Profound Palace collapsed and was cut into pieces. The 7 Profound Palace, all the surrounding 7 Profound Pavilion disciples were stunned. The most important 7 Profound Palace of the 7 Profound Pavilion was actually cut into pieces. As the palace collapsed, smoke and dust rose into the air. The hearts of the 7 Profound Pavilion disciples trembled. Soon after, they revealed frightened expressions. That sword just now was so powerful. Suddenly, 3 powerful auras spread out. 3 figures rushed out from the collapsed 7 Profound Palace. Who did this? A middle-aged man in the middle shouted, his face full of anger. This middle-aged man wore a green robe and was the pavilion master of the 7 Profound Pavilion. Just now, he was discussing some important matters with 2 elders of the sect. But suddenly, the 7 Profound Pavilion collapsed, crushing the 3 of them below. This caused the middle-aged man to be extremely angry. This palace was the symbol of the 7 Profound Pavilion. The surroundings were completely silent. No one spoke. Who did this? Are you all mute? The 7 Profound Pavilion Master roared in a thunderous rage. Beside the 7 Profound Pavilion Master stood 2 elders. Both of their faces were gloomy as they stood in the air and scanned the area below. Pavilion Master, 2 elders. A powerful attendant spoke, while trembling with fear. He pointed at Lin Tian and said, It's him, the 7 Profound Pavilion Master, and the 2 elders looked in the direction this person was pointing at. Their faces were ashen, but soon after, their faces turned cold. You're not from the 7 Profound Pavilion. Who are you? Staring at Lin Tian, the 7 Profound Pavilion Master and the 2 elders became even more furious. Their killing intent instantly spread out. A person who was not from the 7 Profound Pavilion had entered the 7 Profound Pavilion and actually destroyed the 7 Profound Palace. Lin Tian looked at the 3 people. In his right hand, wisps of flames appeared on the long sword, and the 9 forms of the burning sun sword technique appeared. Now you know, he said coldly. The 7 Profound Pavilion Master and the 2 elders' faces suddenly changed. 9 forms of the burning sun? You're a disciple of the burning sun sect. The 3 of them were shocked. The Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Lane had stepped into the connecting immortal realm and killed his way into the burning sun sect. Moreover, The seven profound pavilion had sent an elder to support him in order to maintain the 100 refinements, Lane's positive image. Just now, the three of them were discussing this matter in the seven profound palace. Unexpectedly, a disciple of the Burning Sun sect actually broke into the seven profound pavilion and destroyed the seven profound palace. This caused the three of them to be shocked and angry. A disciple of the Burning Sun sect had escaped? The two elders beside the seven profound pavilion master. One of them was the first elder of the seven profound pavilion, and the other was the second elder of the seven profound pavilion. They were both very powerful. At this moment, the second elder's expression changed again. He stared at Lin Tiandao and said, "Lin Tian? He's Lin Tian." This person had once led the seven profound pavilion to participate in the Four Gates trial and had seen Lin Tian before. At this moment, he remembered. Lin Tian, the genius disciple of the Burning Sun sect that the 100 Refinements Square has been searching for over half a year. Lin Tian. The seven profound pavilion master and the first elder's expressions changed. At the same time, the other disciples of the seven profound pavilion also revealed shocked expressions. During the Four Gates trial, Lin Tian had mercilessly killed their sect's Diwenhong. At that time, more than 20 disciples of the seven profound pavilion had witnessed it with their own eyes. Afterward, this matter had spread throughout the seven profound pavilion, and many people knew that there was a genius disciple of the Burning Sun sect, Lin Tian. However, after that incident, Lin Tian had disappeared for over half a year, and many disciples of the seven profound pavilion had forgotten about him. Now that the second elder had mentioned him, these people remembered him once again. During the Four Gates trial, you killed a genius disciple of my seven profound pavilion, and now you dare to barge into my seven profound pavilion and destroy my seven profound treasured palace. The seven profound pavilion master's face was gloomy and cold. He completely ignored the fact that his faction had sent Lu Luoxia to the Burning Sun sect with 100 Refinements Square. His face was filled with killing intent as he stared at Lin Tian and said, "If I don't cut you into 1,000 pieces, it's really... Get down here!" Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he directly interrupted the seven profound pavilion master's words. As his words fell, his right hand shook. The 9 styles of the burning sun vibrated, and a boundless flame, sword spread out, creating a sea of flames. An old drunkard's creation, the burning sun's 10th sword. Such a sword could be described as peerlessly terrifying. Puff, puff, puff. The 7 profound pavilion master and the 2 elders of the 7 profound pavilion coughed out mouthfuls of blood as they were sent flying, falling from the sky. Watching this scene, all the disciples in the 7 profound pavilion turned pale with fright. This pavilion master, first elder, second elder, this, how is this possible? All the disciples of the 7 profound pavilion were dumbfounded. It was as if they were covered in endless ice, and they could only feel their bodies turn cold. 3 great figures of their faction, 3 big shots that could look down on the powerhouses of this heaven region, had actually been forced down from the sky with a single sword strike, and all of them were severely injured and coughing up blood. The 7 profound pavilion master and the other 2 struggled to stand up. Each of them revealed a fearful expression as they stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror. The 3 of them were big shots of the 4 great sects and could look down on this heaven region. But now they had actually been cut down from the sky by a young disciple of the Burning Sun sect with a single sword strike. Lin Tian stared at the 3 of them. Flames leaped on his long sword, scorching and threatening. Do you know why I'm here? Chapter 478. Dozens of divine elephants appeared at the same time. That kind of power was too strong. When combined together, even an ordinary immortal realm expert could be easily killed. How could the 7 Mysteries Pavilion Master and the others not be afraid? At this moment, looking at the incomprehensible divine elephants behind Lin Tian, the 7 Profound Pavilions Grand Elder and the other 3 all felt their souls tremble. This, is he a god? These are. We. Within the 7 Mysteries Pavilion, all the disciples were incomparably frightened and trembled under this aura. Some of the weaker ones had already collapsed to the ground, unable to stand up. Hand it over, and the 7 Mysteries Pavilion will keep it. If you don't hand it over, I will directly destroy it. Lin Tian's voice was very calm. The 7 Mysteries Pavilion Grand Elder and the others trembled and finally nodded. Hand it over. We will hand it over. The aura that Lin Tian emitted at this moment was too terrifying. It was like an ancient demon god, causing the souls of these people to tremble. This was an absolute difference in strength. It was like the huge gap between an ant and an elephant. It was unstoppable. 2 hours later, the 7 Mysteries Pavilion Master and the others took out martial techniques and cultivation techniques. There were also countless Bao Dan treasured weapons, immortal herbs, and beast cores piled up on the ground. It was a dazzling sight. This is 90% of the resources. Lin Tian swept a glance and said, Yes. The 7 Mysteries Pavilion Grand Elder gritted his teeth. Lin Tian coldly stared at this person. His divine sense was very strong, and he could see that the other party was not lying. I remember that your 7 Mysteries Pavilion's strongest martial technique is the Great Mystery Saber Technique. You didn't take it out. He said, when these words came out, the expressions of everyone in the 7 Mysteries Pavilion changed. That is the foundation of my 7 Mysteries Pavilion. We can't give it to you. You don't go overboard. The 7 Mysteries Pavilion Grand Elder trembled. The Great Mystery Saber Technique was the strongest cultivation technique left behind by the founder. It could be cultivated all the way to the peak of the airborne realm. It was the top cultivation technique in this realm. How could they hand it over? Once they handed it over, how could the 7 Mysteries Pavilion establish itself in this realm? They would forever remain under the Burning Sun sect, never to rise again. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Even if I kill all of you, I can still get it. I said that I'm giving you a chance. You, the 7 Profound Pavilion Master, and the other 3 were all furious, trembling incessantly. However, the 4 of them had no choice. Facing Lin Tian, they had no chance of keeping the Taishan blade technique. If Lin Tianyi wanted to take it, he could directly kill all of them. Even if they worked together, they would not be able to stop Lin Tian. In the end, the Grand Elder of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion could only take out a jade slip and pass it to Lin Tian. It was the Great Mystery Saber Technique. Yes, that's enough. Is that enough? The 7 Mysteries Pavilion's Grand Elder gritted his teeth. Lin Tian put away the Great Mystery Saber Technique and then put away the dazzling array of Bao Dan and martial arts on the ground. You don't have the right to be angry. You have to pay the price for your mistakes, he said with an expressionless face. The 7 Profound Pavilions Grand Elder and the other 3 clenched their fists, their faces ashen. Lin Tian stared at the 4 of them. His right hand slightly shook, and 4 rays of sword light suddenly shot out, cutting the 4 giant trees behind the 4 of them into pieces. Then the long sword flew out of his hand and pierced into the deepest stone wall of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion. Only the pure gold sword hilt was left exposed. Cracks spread out from the sword hilt and spread in all directions. The 7 Profound Pavilions Grand Elder and the other 3 suddenly felt a chill run down their backs. This kind of sword force was too fast, too strong. I originally wanted to cut off one of your arms, but forget it. You're on your own now, he coldly said. He stood in place, slowly rising into the air, until he was 300 feet above the 7 Profound Pavilion. Many of the 7 Profound Pavilion's disciples trembled in fear. They looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was so young, only about 17 years old, but now he had reached such a height. He could fly, and even the Grand Elder of their faction could not withstand a single blow from him. Among them, all of them were older than Lin Tian, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. The 7 profound pavilions' Grand Elder and the other 3 were already mentally prepared, but when they saw the scene, they still clenched their fists. Lin Tian was so young, but his cultivation was already so strong. Standing in the sky, Lin Tian looked down. His expression was calm, but his heart was filled with many emotions. Nearly a year ago, he was cultivating in the northern Flame Country. At that time, the sect was rumored to be so powerful and terrifying that it could sweep across the entire sky region. Empires with thousands of cities were nothing but ants in the eyes of the sect. They could destroy them with a wave of their hand. But now, in a short period of time, he had charged into a sect alone, as if he had entered a place where no one could stop him. He had even personally destroyed a sect. He stared down and was silent for a while. Finally, he turned around and stepped into the air. After dozens of breaths, he disappeared into the horizon. Only then did the 7 profound pavilions' disciples let out a long sigh of relief. "He's gone, gone," someone murmured. These people let out a sigh of relief, but they were all in a daze. They were completely shocked, and their faces were very pale. The supreme elder of the 7 profound pavilion furiously roared. The 7 profound treasure palace, which represented the symbol of the sect, had been destroyed. 90% of the treasures that had been accumulated over countless years had been taken away. Even the great mystery blade technique, which was the foundation of the 7 profound pavilion, was not preserved. After this, what awaited the 7 profound pavilion was an endless darkness. Although it was better than being exterminated, how bad could it be? At this moment, a deep sense of regret rose in his heart. Why did he help the 100 Refinements Workshop to provoke the Burning Sun sect? Ah! With another roar, the Grand Elder of the 7 profound pavilion vomited blood and fainted on the spot. Grand Elder! The 7 profound pavilion master and the other 2 turned pale with fright. They hurriedly stabilized the Grand Elder of the 7 profound pavilion, but their own faces were also ugly and filled with regret. Now, the 7 profound pavilion had survived, and not a single disciple had died. However, what awaited them was an extremely long period of darkness. They would need at least 1,000 years to recover to their previous state. 1,000 years, how long was that? Many disciples of the 7 profound pavilion looked into the depths of the 7 profound pavilion. From here, they could still see the long sword that had sunk into the stone wall. Staring at the long sword, everyone was in a daze. Everyone was trembling, slightly. In this life, they were destined to never forget this day. That sword had sunk into the stone wall in the depths of the sect. It was a kind of indescribable shock that told them that there was a young man in this heaven domain. If he wanted to, he could destroy the entire 7 profound pavilion at any time. After leaving the 7 profound pavilion, Lin Tian strolled in the air, and his steps became calm. What he needed to do was done, and he was no longer in a hurry. After a few hours, a tall mountain appeared in front of him. He had returned to the Burning Sun sect. He landed at the foot of the Burning Sun sect and walked up the stone steps, one step at a time. Soon, he reached the peak of the mountain. "Senior Brother Lin." "Greetings, Senior Brother." "Greetings, Senior Brother." On the Burning Sun sect, many disciples respectfully greeted Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded and walked forward. He had destroyed the 100 Refinements Workshop and intimidated the 7 profound pavilion, delaying them for 2 days. In these 2 days, the Burning Sun sect had become much cleaner. There was no longer the smell of blood in the air, and the bloodstains on the ground had been completely cleaned. However, the destroyed pavilions and halls would not be repaired so quickly. It would take more than half a month to complete. "Lin Tian, you're back!" A voice sounded, not far away, Pooh walked over and quickly arrived in front of Lin Tian. "Elder Pooh." Lin Tian called out. In the Burning Sun sect, Pooh had been very good to him, and he had always remembered him. The sect master said that once you return, you should immediately go to the mountain behind the Burning Sun sect. The Grand Elder is waiting for you. Pooh said with a sigh. Lin Tian keenly captured Pooh in somewhat heavy mood and asked, "What's wrong?" Pooh opened his mouth and finally said, "The Grand Elder doesn't have much lifespan left." This time, when the 100 Refinements workshop attacked, the Grand Elder blocked at the front and suffered the heaviest injuries. His blood and qi have been greatly damaged. I'm afraid. Lin Tian paused and nodded. "It's fine," he said, and walked towards the back of the mountain. Pooh stared blankly at Lin Tian's back, somewhat lost in thought. He knew very well that Lin Tian was the only disciple of an old drunkard. An old drunkard had been brought up by the Grand Elder and was his disciple. Moreover, he and the Grand Elder's daughter had been in love at an early age, and they were like husband and wife. In this way, the Grand Elder could be considered Lin Tian's elder in the true sense of the word, no different from his grandfather. He knew that Lin Tian was very emotional, but now the Grand Elder's lifespan was drying up. After learning this news, Lin Tian was so calm, as if he didn't care at all. This made him feel very strange. Standing in place, Pooh thought for a long time, but he really couldn't understand. In the end, he could only shake his head and walk to the other side. After bidding farewell to Pooh, Lin Tian walked forward along a dark road, his pace slightly faster. He had walked this road together with the sect leader of the Burning Sun sect, so he naturally still remembered it clearly. Soon, he came to a tall mountain on one side of the Burning Sun sect. The mountain was very quiet, and at the top near a cliff, there was a simple thatched cottage built on the edge of the cliff. This was the residence of the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tian. Outside the thatched cottage, the sect leader of the Burning Sun sect stood there, seeing Lin Tian come, and called out, "Kid, you've come?" Tu Ming also called out. At this time, the sect leader of the Burning Sun sect, Tu Ming, and the other 3 elders were all here. After seeing Lin Tian, they all smiled, but under these smiles, there was a sadness that couldn't be hidden. Sect leader elders. Lin Tian walked over. The sect leader of the Burning Sun sect patted Lin Tian's shoulder, saying, "Go in, Master is waiting for you." Lin Tian nodded and followed the sect leader of the Burning Sun sect and the others into the thatched cottage. This was Lin Tian's second time here, but it was his first time entering the thatched cottage. Looking around, the thatched cottage was very simple, not much better than the living environment of the Burning Sun sect's disciples. It was very simple, with only a very spacious wooden bed. On the wooden bed, the Grand Elder was sitting cross-legged, looking very haggard. Compared to half a year ago, he seemed to have aged several decades. "Grand Elder." Lin Tian stepped forward and called out respectfully. Chapter 479. Lin Tian did not hesitate. He quickly walked over and sat down on the edge of the bed. The Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect was dressed in a white robe. He sat cross-legged quietly and stared at Lin Tian, feeling very gratified. To this old man, Lin Tian was the only disciple of an old drunkard, which meant that he was his true grand disciple. His grand disciple had solved the Burning Sun sect's crisis by himself and killed a powerful enemy in the immortal realm. He felt very proud. Speaking of which, you've only cultivated in the Burning Sun sect for a few months, but your current achievements have already surpassed your master. Lin Tian was stunned and felt a little embarrassed. An old drunkard was in existence in the Enlightenment realm. How could he compare to him now? Grand Elder, please don't praise me. I'm too far away from that old fellow's realm. The difference is like heaven and earth. He said, "Heaven and earth." The Grand Elder did not care at all about Lin Tian calling an old drunkard an old fellow. This was a title that the master and disciple had decided on themselves. However, the Grand Elder was very surprised by Lin Tian's so-called heaven and earth difference. On the other side, the Burning Sun sect's leader, Tu Meng, and the other elders were also puzzled. Tu Meng said, "Kid, your master is very powerful. We've never doubted this. But you can already kill a powerhouse in the immortal realm. With such battle strength, even if there's a difference between you and your master, it shouldn't be heaven and earth difference, right?" The Burning Sun sect's leader and the others nodded. They did not understand why Lin Tian said this. Immortal realm. That Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop is really nothing. Lin Tian looked at them and said, "He's only at that level. His battle strength is so weak that he can't even block one finger of that old fellow." The Burning Sun sect's leader and the others were shocked. The Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop, who was in the immortal realm, could not block one finger of an old drunkard even if he used all his battle strength? How was this possible? They'd personally experienced the strength of the 100 Refinements Workshop's Supreme Elder. His divine strength was monstrous, and his destruction was astounding. It was as if he could annihilate everything. That level of combat strength couldn't even be blocked by a single finger from an old drunkard? According to what you said, your master, Li Changfeng, has already reached the peak of the immortal connecting realm. Tu Bei glared. Lin Tian blushed with shame. In this heaven realm, perhaps only this person dared to call that old fellow a brat. Facing the puzzled gazes of the few, he paused and said, "Not only the immortal plane, but the old fellow has now surpassed the Great Path domain and is at the level of enlightenment. Even the 4 demon gods of the ancient times are afraid of him. Among these people, one was an old drunkard's master, one was an old drunkard's junior brother, and the others were the Burning Sun sect's elders. Therefore, after thinking about it, he decided not to hide anything from them and told them the truth." "What?" The eyes of the Burning Sun sect leader and the others were wide open. Tu Bei's eyes were wide open, and he stuttered, Brat, are you sure you're not bluffing us?" The few of them had never doubted an old drunkard's talent. They knew that an old drunkard was extremely talented, but at this moment, when they heard an old drunkard's current cultivation from Lin Tian, they were still shocked and horrified. The enlightenment realm. Lin Tian certainly wouldn't lie to you elders. Lin Tian said seriously. Hearing this, the few of them widened their eyes even more. After flying, the immortal connecting realm contains the 9 levels of heaven, and the Great Path contains the 9 levels of heaven. The Burning Sun sect leader muttered to himself, his lips trembling. "Senior brother, he has surpassed the immortal connecting realm and the Great Path, and actually reached the enlightenment realm. The enlightenment realm, that was a legendary existence. Brat, are you really not lying to us?" Tu Bei asked. Moreover, the other 3 elders also opened their mouths. They were really shocked by Lin Tian's words, and each of them was agitated and shocked. "I'm not lying to you, it's true," Lin Tian said helplessly. Tu Bei and the others were stunned, and then they all laughed, unable to control themselves. Enlightenment, enlightenment, enlightenment. Ha 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 ha. Our Burning Sun sect actually produced a legendary powerhouse. The few important figures of the Burning Sun sect were excited. Lin Tian looked at the expressions of the crowd and only smiled. He could understand their feelings very well, because when he first found out about an old drunkard's true strength, he also felt the same way, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. Good. Changfeng, the Supreme Elder trembled, tears flowing down his old face. In 100 years from the immortal connecting realm, the Great Path, to the enlightenment realm, I'm relieved. Cough. The Supreme Elder was so excited that he coughed up blood. His originally haggard face suddenly became even paler, and his vitality dimmed. Master, Elder, The Burning Sun sect's leader, Tubei, and the others suddenly changed color. The Supreme Elder waved his hand. It's okay, don't worry. The blood stained some of his clothes, but the Supreme Elder's face had a satisfied smile. He looked at Lin Tian and said, "When your master left the Burning Sun sect, I always blamed myself. That child is as sentimental as you. I was afraid that, because of what happened back then, I delayed his life and his cultivation path. Now I can really relax. Changfeng, he is 1,000 times more outstanding than we imagined. Don't think too much, Supreme Elder. The old man has never blamed you, and you didn't do anything wrong back then." Lin Tian Andao. He knew what happened in the past. His daughter died, and as her father, it was normal for the Supreme Elder to blame an old drunkard. The Supreme Elder shook his head, looked at Lin Tian, and said with a smile, "I don't have much time left. At most, I have half a month to live." The Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Square and the Master of the 100 Refinements Square led a group of people to attack. In order to protect the disciples, the Supreme Elder was seriously injured, and his blood and qi were seriously exhausted. The 6 of us have already discussed. We hope that you can inherit the position of the sect leader of the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tianyi was stunned. Inherit the position of the sect leader? He shook his head and said, "Elder, the sect leader is still in his prime. How can it be my turn to inherit the position of sect leader?" Lin Tian, don't decline. The position of sect leader was originally Senior Brother's. You are Senior Brother's only disciple, and now you are also the strongest person in the Burning Sun sect. It is only right for you to inherit the position of sect leader. The Burning Sun sect's master said. Tu Ching and the other 3 sect elders also nodded. They had already discussed this matter. Regarding Lin Tian inheriting the position of sect leader of the Burning Sun sect, no one had any objections. All of them were happy to approve. Lin Tian accepted with ease. "We old guys will assist you well. Accept it. I think your master should also hope that you inherit the position of Burning Sun sect's sect leader." Yang Xiao and the other 3 sect elders said. Tu Cheng was the last to speak. He looked at the Supreme Elder and said softly, "Kid, just consider it as fulfilling the Supreme Elder's last wish." The Supreme Elder's life was about to end. At most, he would pass away in 10 days. These people were naturally somewhat sad. Lin Tianyi smiled and shook his head. Lin Tian will always be a disciple of the Burning Sun sect. Even if he is not in the sect, he will still think of the sect. I will not inherit the position of sect leader. The sect will still be led forward by the sect leader. Saying this, he opened his mouth again. As for the Supreme Elder, nothing will happen to him. He can still live for another 500 years, or even 1,000 years. After saying this, he turned his right hand and a baodan appeared in his hand. It was as sparkling and translucent as mutton fat jade. This baodan had 7 small holes. As soon as it appeared, it emitted an extremely rich fragrance. Everyone in the thatched hut was shocked and felt as if all the pores on their body had opened up. "Kid, what is this?" Tu Ching and the others were shocked. The baodan that Lin Tian took out was too rich in spiritual energy. It was so rich that it was shocking. 7 orifices, exquisite pellet. Lin Tiandao said, "It can extend one's life by 500 years. What? The legendary life-extending baodan? 500 years of life. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. These people had naturally heard of the life-extending baodan, but they didn't expect to see it with their own eyes. Lin Tian actually took out such a legendary immortal treasure. Lin Tian chuckled, looked at the Supreme Elder, and handed him the 7 orifices, exquisite pellet. "Elder, take it. You can live for another 500 years. The baodan was obtained by him in a seclusion place of master apothecary in the 2nd heaven. At that time, he took a total of 2. The Supreme Elder was shocked at first, but then he shook his head and said, It's too precious. It's a waste to give this thing to an old man like me. Good boy, keep it for yourself. It should be useful in the future. However, a Baodan that could extend one's life by 500 years. Even a Dao realm powerhouse would be jealous. 500 years of life was too precious. Lin Tian shook his head and said, "Elder, please don't reject it." The Supreme Elder was an old drunkard's master. He personally raised an old drunkard and could be considered as an old drunkard's biological father. As a disciple of the Supreme Elder, he was saved by the Supreme Elder several times. The Supreme Elder also sacrificed his life to protect him. How could a 500-year Baodan compare to this kind of relationship? His expression was very serious and solemn. "Elder, don't reject it, take it." Tu Ming said. The Burning Sun sect's leader clenched his fists and said excitedly, "Master, since this is Lin Tian's goodwill, you should accept it." The Supreme Elder could be said to be a person of virtue and prestige in the Burning Sun sect. He was powerful and gentle. Although the Burning Sun sect's leader knew that the 7 orifices exquisite pellet Lin Tian took out was priceless, they really didn't want the Supreme Elder to die. "Elder, please don't reject it." Lin Tian said again. In the end, under Lin Tian's insistence, the Supreme Elder could only nod his head. He trembled as he took the Baodan and carefully swallowed it. The moment the treasure pill entered his mouth, the Grand Elder trembled. His originally haggard face began to turn rosy at a shocking speed. At the same time, one could feel the blood aura on the Grand Elder's body rising little by little. As time passed, the Grand Elder's white hair gradually dimmed. Soon after, it turned jet black. Lin Tian stood aside and was secretly surprised. The 7 orifices exquisite pellet was amazing. In just a moment, he could feel that the Supreme Elder's vitality was at least 100 times stronger than before. Soon, another 2 hours passed. 2 hours later, faint rays of light interweaved around the Supreme Elder's body, and the accumulated wrinkles on his face disappeared. His white hair turned black, and his eyes flickered with a profound light. Where was the appearance of an old man in his twilight years? It feels like I've returned to my youth. It feels like there's still a few hundred years left. The Supreme Elder was startled. The Burning Sun sect's leader and the others were all shocked. This was the first time they saw the effects of the life-extending Baodan. But soon, everyone became excited because their sect's Supreme Elder didn't have to die. Great, great. The Burning Sun sect's leader was excited. Lin Tian chuckled. He was also happy. Boom! At this moment, there was a rumbling sound. A sudden clap of thunder sounded, and a gale swept out. Chapter 480. Standing in the thatched cottage, everyone could feel the air vibrating as a terrifying aura pressed down. This was especially so for the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect. His expression changed drastically as a terrifying aura locked onto him. "Elder, have you entered the immortal realm?" Lin Tian asked. The Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect was slightly stunned. He looked inside himself and was shocked again. "I seem to have entered the airborne realm." Hearing this, the Burning Sun sect leader and the others were shocked. Entering the airborne realm means, "Elder, have you reached the immortal realm?" Tu Ming and the others stared. The Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect nodded and said, "It seems so." Tu Ming and the others were overjoyed. The Burning Sun sect had one more immortal realm master? Boom! At this moment, a second roar came from the sky. The sound of thunder was very harsh. Such a shocking sound made the Burning Sun sect leader and the others feel a chill down their spines. "Sect leader, elders, leave this place quickly." Lin Tian spoke and looked at the Supreme Elder seriously. "Supreme Elder, you should leave as well. Go to the Sunset Mountains outside the Burning Sun sect to undergo the tribulation. Now, the heavenly tribulation is pressing down." The Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect was already at the peak of the airborne realm. Now that he had taken the 7 orifices exquisite elixir and extended his lifespan, the bottleneck of his cultivation was also broken in an instant. He entered the immortal realm and attracted the terrifying tribulation. This was a heavenly tribulation that could not be underestimated. Heavenly tribulation? I've heard that it will descend when a cultivator enters the immortal realm. This actually exists? The Burning Sun sect leader was shocked. It does exist. Lin Tian nodded and said, "Hurry up, leave this place quickly." Seeing Lin Tian's serious expression, the Burning Sun sect leader and the others did not dare to hesitate and quickly left the cottage. At the same time, the supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect also stepped out. Boom! Another clap of thunder sounded. It was incomparably ear-piercing, as if a terrifying storm was about to arrive. The expressions of the Burning Sun sect leader and the others changed as they looked up at the sky. This is, as far as the eye could see, with this place as the center, the sky was pitch black. Dark clouds gathered together, and rolling lightning interweaved between the clouds, like rolling lightning dragons. This is the heavenly tribulation. Tu Bei's heart trembled. The lightning in the sky was too terrifying. Even someone as powerful as him felt a chill run down his spine. It wasn't just them. At this time, all the disciples of the Burning Sun sect saw this scene and felt their hearts palpitate. This, dark clouds, lightning, this aura, scary. What is this? Everyone's heart trembled. In the sky, the thunderclouds churned like an ocean. The terrifying aura pressed down wave after wave. Under this thunderbolt, the supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect felt it the most clearly. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "Elder, go to the setting sun mountain range to undergo your tribulation." Lin Tiandao, the heavenly tribulation was very terrifying. If the supreme elder underwent his tribulation here, the Burning Sun sect would definitely suffer a catastrophe. The supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect clearly understood Lin Tian's meaning. He directly soared into the sky and quickly stepped out of the Burning Sun sect. Following the departure of the supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect, the thunderclouds in the sky began to move away from the Burning Sun sect. At this moment, the supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect had already appeared in the sky above the setting sun mountain range. Rumble! The light of tribulation interweaved, and small streaks of lightning struck down. The Burning Sun sect leader and the others stared in that direction. At first they were excited, but at this moment they felt a chill in their hearts. The Burning Sun sect leader asked Lin Tian, "Lin Tian, will the supreme elder be okay?" Looking from afar, the sky was pitch black, as if there was a huge whirlpool above the supreme elder's head. That kind of aura really made one's heart palpitate. "He'll be fine. There's no problem." Lin Tian, when he stepped into the airborne realm, he went through a heavenly tribulation. At this moment, he stared ahead and found that the supreme elder's tribulation was actually weaker than the one he went through in the airborne realm. It was slightly inferior. Such a heavenly tribulation was very dangerous for the supreme elder, but it was nothing to him at present. He could easily break it. Why is the supreme elder's heavenly tribulation weaker than the one I went through when I was in the airborne realm? Lin Tian was puzzled, but at the next moment, a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Could it be because of the reincarnation body? Others would only attract heavenly tribulations when they stepped into the mortal realm, but he attracted heavenly tribulations when he was in the airborne realm. Moreover, it was more terrifying than the ordinary ones. After learning about his constitution, he vaguely understood that it was because he was a reincarnation body. What kind of broken constitution is this? He cursed secretly. With such a constitution, before he truly grew, not only did he have to be careful of others, but the heavenly tribulation also seemed to take special care of him. Boom! Thunder roared, interrupting his thoughts. In the Sunset Mountains, the supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect resisted the heavenly tribulation. He was struck down from the sky again and again, and was severely injured. However, because he had taken the 7 orifices exquisite elixir, the supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect now had an incomparably strong blood chi. He had a little more advantage than ordinary people who stepped into the mortal realm. Soon, he withstood the first 8 tribulations. Boom! The 9th tribulation pressed down, turning into a thunder dragon and roaring angrily. Such a terrifying wave of energy caused everyone's expression to change in an instant. The leader of the Burning Sun sect, several elders, and the disciples of the Burning Sun sect were all staring at the Sunset Mountains. The ordinary disciples of the Burning Sun sect also knew that their supreme elder was going through the tribulation, and all of them were very excited. Merely at that moment, when they saw the lightning dragon, everyone started to tremble. They all revealed expressions of shock. Boom! Another roar sounded. The last tribulation pressed down, and the thunder raged, directly shaking the supreme elder down from the sky. Blood floated in the air. The supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect gasped for breath and struggled with difficulty. It was difficult for him to stand up again. The heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. Boom! The 9th tribulation didn't stop, and it pressed down mightily. Master! Elder! Supreme Elder! Everyone's expression changed. Looking at the thunder dragon formed by the heavenly tribulation, it was too terrifying. If it pressed down, it could destroy everything. The leader of the Burning Sun sect, Tu Meng, and the others looked at each other. They gritted their teeth and were about to rush out to help the Supreme Elder block the heavenly tribulation. However, at this time, there was a sound of something breaking through the air. The next moment, a slender figure appeared in the distance. It was Lin Tian. Lin Tian, be careful! The leader of the Burning Sun sect and the others shouted. Although they knew that Lin Tian was very strong, they were still very worried. After all, that kind of heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. Boom! The heavenly tribulation pressed down and thunder rumbled. It was terrifying to the extreme. The last thunder dragon, formed by the heavenly tribulation, swooped down. The void collapsed and cracked everywhere. Facing this heavenly tribulation, Lin Tian seemed very calm. He directly punched and went up against the sky. With a boom, his fist collided with the thunder dragon formed by the heavenly tribulation, causing a shocking explosion. Then, in the next moment, the terrifying thunder dragon shattered and turned into bits of lightning. It disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. This, he shattered the lightning dragon with a single punch? Little freak! Tu Meng and the others stared. Just now, all of them had clearly sensed how terrifying the lightning dragon was. It could definitely devour all of them easily. But now, Lin Tian had appeared in that direction and actually smashed the lightning dragon into pieces with his bare hands. Whoosh! In the void, a light wind blew and auspicious clouds floated over. The supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect bathed in the auspicious clouds. The injuries he suffered during the tribulation quickly healed. His entire body emitted an even more powerful wave. At this moment, the vital essence in his body had completely turned into divine power. He had truly stepped into the realm of the immortal ascension realm. He soared into the sky. There was an additional immortal-like Taoist connotation, but he seemed a little excited. He trembled and said, "Lin Tian, thank you." As a cultivator, to be able to step into a higher realm, the supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect was naturally very happy. He had been trapped in the airborne realm for too many years. Now, Lin Tian not only extended his life, but also helped him pass through the heavenly tribulation. How could he not be excited? Now he was a cultivator in the immortal ascension realm. Elder, you are too kind. Lin Tian shook his head. On this day, everyone in the Burning Sun sect was very excited. After the disaster, the supreme elder of the sect had stepped into the immortal ascension realm. This was undoubtedly great news for the sect. Many disciples were repairing the destroyed pavilions of the sect. They were already very tired, but they suddenly felt that there was an endless amount of energy in their bodies. The speed of repairing the pavilions became faster. Inside the Burning Sun Temple, great! This is great! Great! Kid, you are the lucky star of the Burning Sun sect. You are the biggest contributor. One is Li Chongfeng, the other is Lin Tian. You master and disciple are really… Ha! What virtue do you have? The heavens are really blessing my Burning Sun sect. Loud laughter rang out nonstop. The supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect was originally on the verge of dying, but because of Lin Tian, not only did he not die, but he also regained 500 years of life and stepped into the Immortal Ascension realm. The Immortal Ascension realm, could really look down on this heavenly region. Moreover, a powerhouse in the Immortal Ascension realm could live for at least 1,000 years. In other words, the Burning Sun sect could be invincible in this heavenly region for at least 1,000 years. Sect leader, elders, you are too serious. Lin Tianji did what he should do. Lin Tian smiled. As he spoke, a light flashed in his right hand, and dozens of stone rings appeared. He handed these stone rings to the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect and said, Supreme Elder, these are some resources. In the future, we can use them to recruit disciples and make our Burning Sun sect stronger and more powerful. The Supreme Elder was slightly surprised. He took the ring and used his divine sense to examine it. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly. Elder, what's wrong? Tu Ming asked. The Burning Sun sect leader and the others also looked over with some curiosity. Take a look yourselves. The Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect took a deep breath and pulled out all the things in the stone rings. Suddenly, the Burning Sun Hall was piled up into a small mountain. Martial skills, Baodan, immortal herbs, beast cores, precious weapons, spirit coins. These things made one's heart tremble. Chapter 481. The Burning Sun sect leader and the others were shocked. Looking at the pile of Baodan artifacts in the hall, each of them widened their eyes. There were too many of these things, even more than the total resources of the Burning Sun sect. In particular, there were the absolute martial skills of the 100 Refinements Workshop and the 7 Mysteries Pavilion. There was even the foundation of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion, the Great Mystery Saber Technique. This martial skill was one of the top cultivation techniques in the heavenly domain. Where did you get this? The Burning Sun sect leader was shocked. Martial skills were the most precious things of a sect. Lin Tian actually obtained the absolute martial skills of 2 sects. Lin Tian gently smiled and said they felt sorry for charging into the Burning Sun sect, so they sent these things to express their apology. He took 90% of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion's resources and all the martial techniques and absolute arts, releasing them all. Naturally, the martial techniques and cultivation techniques of the 100 Refinements Workshop and the accumulated resources were also included. Only the 100 Refinements secret technique was destroyed by him and not given to the Burning Sun sect. This was because it was a remnant of the weapon controlling technique. This weapon controlling technique was too powerful and extraordinary. It was known as the only martial skill that surpassed ordinary magical powers. It was something from a higher heavenly domain. He did not dare to give it to the Burning Sun sect. He was worried that it would bring trouble to the Burning Sun sect because of this weapon controlling technique. In short, the sect can use these things without worry. He said. The Burning Sun sect leader and the others stared, their faces filled with disbelief. They were too shocked. However, this shock quickly turned into pleasant surprise. Since Lin Tian said that they could use it without worry, the Burning Sun sect leader and the others no longer cared. They trusted Lin Tian 100%. Staring at the room full of items, the experts were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. With these items, the Burning Sun sect can become at least 5 times stronger in a short period of time, or even 6 times stronger. For a sect, beast cores were used to provide energy for some cultivation areas. Spirit coins were used to purchase daily necessities. A bowdan could help the disciples cultivate better. A precious weapon could help the disciples fight better. A martial skill could greatly increase the combat strength of the disciples. For a sect, these things were very important. Good. The Burning Sun sect leader was very excited. Not only the sect leader of the Burning Sun sect, but even the Grand Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect, who had stepped into the immortal transcending realm, was trembling with joy. Soon it was night time. At night, Lin Tian bid farewell to the Grand Elder and the others. He left the blazing Sun Palace and walked towards a familiar place. Not long after, he appeared in a forest area and walked into a wooden house. This was the place where he used to live when he was cultivating in the Burning Sun sect. After more than half a year, he walked in again and found that it was very clean. There was not a speck of dust on it. Obviously, someone came here every day to clean it. A warm feeling rose in his heart. He could imagine that this was all arranged by the sect. He walked into the room and sat cross-legged on the bed. He operated the 4 extreme scripture and sorted out his true essence. Buzz. Faint silver light intertwined, illuminating the surroundings slightly. Soon an hour passed. After an hour, Lin Tian opened his eyes again. His aura was more stable and balanced. Then he took out the 3 weapons from the stone ring. They were a saber, a sword, and a shield. There was a faint immortal aura in them. They were the 3 quasi-immortal weapons of the 3 sections. He took a deep breath and operated the One Heaven Soul technique. His right hand moved slightly and began to engrave mysterious patterns on the quasi-immortal saber. Buzz. The soul light was dense. Imprints were branded on the quasi-immortal saber. After becoming a 6-stage array manipulator, he could engrave almost all kinds of array patterns. It was just that there was a limit to how much he could engrave. For example, he could engrave the eternal killing array, but he could only engrave a corner of it. Now he was using the One Heaven Soul technique to engrave a 6-stage array pattern on the quasi-immortal saber, the immortal enhancement pattern. This array pattern had to be completely engraved on a precious weapon for it to take effect. It could greatly increase the power of a precious weapon. He was now a 6-stage array manipulator, and the immortal enhancement pattern was a 6-stage array pattern. With his soul power from the One Heaven Soul technique, it was very easy for him to engrave the immortal enhancement pattern even though he had just entered the 6th stage. Soon 2 hours passed. After 2 hours, he had completely engraved the immortal enhancement pattern on the quasi-immortal saber. Then he injected a trace of true essence into it. Suddenly, a loud and clear sound of the saber rang out. The immortal aura spread, and it was more than twice as strong as before. Very good. It can be considered a top-grade quasi-immortal weapon. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He paused for a moment, took out the quasi-immortal sword, and began to engrave new immortal enhancement patterns on the sword. In the sky, the stars flickered and gradually disappeared. A new day had arrived. On this day, Lin Tian did not go out. He was still in his room. He was engraving array patterns and tempering his Tao of alchemy. It was also on this day that a rogue cultivator passed by outside the 100 Refinements workshop and saw a hair-raising scene. Then, shocking news spread, causing the entire second heaven to be shocked. The 100 Refinements workshop was destroyed. The 100 Refinements workshop? The strongest sect? It was destroyed? Impossible. That's right. This is absolutely impossible. It's too ridiculous. I heard that the Grand Elder of this sect had just stepped into the mortal ascension realm. He can almost look down on this great world. Who can destroy the 100 Refinements workshop? Many people did not believe it. But there's no smoke without fire. Someone saw it with their own eyes. They probably couldn't bear to see the birth of an immortal ascension realm expert in the 100 Refinements workshop, so they deliberately spread rumors. That doesn't make sense, right? with an immortal ascension realm expert overseeing the 100 Refinements Workshop, who would dare to deliberately spread rumors in this world. That does make sense. Oh, let's go and take a look. Some people found it strange. In this heaven, although rogue cultivators were not strong, they accounted for about 70% of the cultivators. There were a lot of them. Driven by curiosity, many rogue cultivators moved and rushed towards the 100 Refinements Workshop. Then, when the crowd arrived at the 100 Refinements Workshop, all of their hair stood on end and cold sweat flowed. Some people even ran to the side and vomited. The scene in front of them shocked them to the extreme. The ground was filled with broken corpses, and blood dyed the ground within a radius of 1,000 feet. Countless people had died here. Bloody heads were like watermelons scattered on the ground. Many people even maintained the terrified expression they had before they died, as if they had seen a ghost. This, too terrifying. Who did this? So cruel. Many people could not help but tremble. As far as the eye could see, the 100 Refinements Workshop was a scene of purgatory. No, it was even more horrifying than purgatory. Soon, the news flew and spread to every corner of this heaven. The 100 Refinements Workshop, the #1 sect of the 4 great sects, was destroyed. The pavilion was destroyed, and many disciples died miserably. The 7 Mysteries Pavilion, one of the 4 great sects, naturally learned of this news very quickly. Then, everyone became terrified, especially the 7 Mysteries Pavilion's Grand Elder, Pavilion Master, and 2 elders. When they heard this news, all of them started trembling. They thought of what Lin Tian had said. I went. They died. I came. He really killed everyone who rushed to the Burning Sun sect and killed the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder, who reached the immortal ascension realm? The 7 Mysteries Pavilion Master was terrified. The 100 Refinements Workshop's destruction was only discovered now. During this time, the 100 Refinements Workshop Master and the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder did not react at all. Thinking of what Lin Tian had said when he barged into the 7 Mysteries Pavilion, the 7 Mysteries Pavilion Master and the others instantly knew that the 100 Refinements Workshop had been destroyed by Lin Tian, and the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder and the others must have all been killed by Lin Tian. After killing the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder and the others, Lin Tian went to destroy the 100 Refinements Workshop and then came to the 7 Mysteries Pavilion. Thinking of this, the few remaining great figures of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion all started trembling. At the same time, within the 7 Mysteries Pavilion, many disciples also thought of this and were all terrified. For the 7 Mysteries Pavilion, today was another day of fear after Lin Tian's previous visit. Everyone was afraid that Lin Tian would come again and completely destroy the 7 Mysteries Pavilion. Valley of the Harp, the 100 Refinements Workshop, was destroyed. Who in this heaven has this ability? A beautiful woman frowned. This beautiful woman was the Valley Master of the Valley of the Harp. This beautiful woman did not like the 100 Refinements Workshop, but when she heard that the 100 Refinements Workshop had been cruelly slaughtered, she was still shocked. Too many unrighteous deeds. Perhaps they offended some hidden expert. Beside her, a young girl said. The young girl looked to be at most 17 years old, but the aura on her body was very ethereal. She was sitting cross-legged beside the beautiful woman, and her cultivation was at the 9th level of the spiritual sea. At this age, with this cultivation, she could be considered a peerless genius in the first heaven. Girl, I know you have a great prejudice against the 100 Refinements Workshop because of that brat, but don't be so obvious, the beautiful woman teased. Master, the young girl blushed. Just kidding, just kidding. The beautiful woman smiled and said, However, I really don't know where that brat went. There has been no trace of him for more than half a year. The young girl lowered her head. No one knew what she was thinking, but she did not say anything. Burning Sun Sect. In the Burning Sun Sect, The pavilion had been repaired a lot, but at this moment everyone in the Burning Sun sect was stunned. The 100 Refinements workshop has been destroyed, as senior brother Lin seemed to have left the sect for a few days after killing that old dog of the 100 Refinements workshop. This seems to be the case. Many Burning Sun sect disciples trembled. However, they were trembling with excitement. At this moment, almost all Burning Sun sect disciples guessed who was responsible for this matter, and they were so excited that they could not control themselves. At the same time, in the Burning Sun Hall, the Burning Sun sect leader and others received the news and were all shocked. Before this, Lin Tian had taken out many resources, including all the supreme arts of the 100 Refinements workshop except for the 100 Refinements secret technique. At that time, they were still puzzled, but now they all understood. That day when he left, he went to slaughter the entire 100 Refinements workshop. The Burning Sun sect leader's heart trembled. The 100 Refinements workshop, one of the 4 major sects, had been passed down for so long, but it was actually slaughtered by a 17-year-old boy. Hearing this news, the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect, who was at the connecting immortal realm, could not calm down and was speechless for a long time. This brat, what a straightforward courage! What a ruthless method! Chapter 482. The sect leader of the Burning Sun sect and the others looked at each other in shock. Then they bitterly smiled and finally sighed with emotion. Read the full text. Good boy, good boy, good boy. The Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect sighed. This boy was a disciple of the Burning Sun sect. He had slaughtered the 100 Refinements workshop in anger. On this day, another 2 hours quickly passed. It was already afternoon. Lin Tian walked out of his wooden house and walked along a path towards the Burning Sun Great Hall. Along the way, there were many Burning Sun sect disciples bustling about. After seeing Lin Tian, they were even more respectful than before. Senior brother Lin Tian. Senior brother Lin Tian. Senior brother Lin Tian. Everyone greeted Lin Tian one after another. Their faces were filled with excitement, and their eyes were filled with reverence. Lin Tian didn't know what was going on, but he still nodded at everyone in response. Soon, he arrived at the Burning Sun Great Hall. Sect leader, he knocked on the door. Lin Tian. A voice sounded in the Burning Sun Great Hall. Then the door opened with a creak. Come in. The sect leader of the Burning Sun sect personally opened the door with a smile on his face. Sect leader, what happened to you? You look quite strange. Lin Tian was curious. Tu Meng and the other elders were in the Great Hall. Even the Grand Elder was here. After hearing this, they couldn't help but laugh. Boy, you were the one who destroyed the 100 Refinements workshop, right? Tu Meng was very direct. Lin Tian was slightly taken aback. Then he understood why all the Burning Sun sect disciples were looking at him with such fervent and worshipful expressions. He also understood why the sect leader of the Burning Sun sect and the others had such strange expressions. So it was like this. He nodded and said, I was the one who destroyed it. Since this matter had already spread, he naturally wouldn't hide it. The Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect and the others nodded. Sure enough, it was exactly as they had guessed. Of course, this matter didn't need to waste energy guessing. It could be easily figured out. Speaking of which, the 7 Profound Pavilion. Elder Yang Xiu asked. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Lin Tian. Before this, Lin Tian had taken out many resources and martial skills, including the strongest martial skills of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion. Now that they heard that the 100 Refinements workshop had been destroyed, they couldn't help but think of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion. After destroying the 100 Refinements workshop, I went to the 7 Mysteries Pavilion. However, I did not kill anyone in the 7 Mysteries Pavilion. I only destroyed the 7 Mysteries Pavilions, 7 Mysteries Pavilions, 7 Mysteries Pavilions, 7 Mysteries Pavilions martial skills and cultivation technique copies, as well as 90% of their accumulated resources. Lin Tiandao. His words were simple, but the Burning Sun sect master and the others looked at each other in dismay. The Seven Mysteries Palace was the symbol of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion, yet it had actually been destroyed. Moreover, all the copies of the martial arts techniques had been taken away. 90% of the resources that had been accumulated over the years had been taken away. This was practically a robbery. However, the looting made them feel great. Awesome. How satisfying. Piss those bastards off. Tu Meng laughed. He felt that Lin Tian's actions were more satisfying than slaughtering the Seven Mysteries Pavilion. He could already imagine how miserable the Seven Mysteries Pavilion's days would be in the future. All the copies of the martial arts techniques had been taken away, 90% of the resources had been lost, and the Seven Mysteries Palace had been destroyed. This was simply a gloomy world. The Seven Mysteries Pavilion Master and the others probably had the heart to die. Well done! Even the usually calm Elder Luo, you could not help but say such a sentence. The Burning Sun Sect's Grand Elder looked at Lin Tian and nodded in satisfaction. His ruddy face was filled with a kind smile. Lin Tian stepped forward and said, "Grand Elder, I have something to hand over to the sect." "Oh, what is it?" The Grand Elder was curious. Lin Tian waved his right hand, and a bright, treasured saber appeared in his hand. It flickered with a cold light, and immortal pressure spread out. Facing this immortal pressure, everyone trembled, and they felt their hearts suddenly thump. This is... The Burning Sun Sect's sect master and the others were startled. Lin Tian said, "It's a quasi-immortal treasure saber. I've engraved rank 6 immortal increasing runes on it. It's comparable to a top-notch quasi-sacred weapon. Under immortal treasures, there's absolutely no weapon that can contend against it. Any supreme treasure can shatter it." He spent a day to engrave the immortal increasing runes on the treasured saber, and then handed it over to the Burning Sun sect as a sect guarding treasure. Although it was only a quasi-immortal treasure, it could be considered a top-notch weapon in the first heaven. The Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder took the treasured saber and injected a bit of divine power. Instantly, the treasured saber hissed, and a sharp saber chi shot out, almost shattering the Burning Sun Hall. The Burning Sun sect's sect master and the others were so shocked that they felt a chill down their spines. "Good saber." The Grand Elder's eyes were full of shrewdness, but then he looked at Lin Tian and said, "Child, this saber is very good. You should keep it for yourself." As an elder, the Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder always thought of the younger generation. "Don't worry, Grand Elder. This disciple has more quasi-immortal treasures like this." Lin Tian. Hearing this, the Grand Elder put away the divine saber and placed it in the depths of the Burning Sun Hall as a sect guarding immortal treasure. Tu Miao patted Lin Tian's shoulder. "Kid, you're too considerate. Such a sect's quasi-immortal treasure was really terrifying." "It's my duty," Lin Tian said with a smile. "Is that so? Kid, do you have any other good things to take out?" Tu Miao joked. "Yes." Lin Tian nodded. Tu Miao was a little surprised. Really? He was just joking, but he didn't expect Lin Tian to give a positive answer, which made him a little surprised. Now, Lin Tian had taken out a quasi-immortal treasure, but now he said there was more. Could it be that there was something more amazing than a quasi-immortal treasure? "Yes, but it will take some time," Lin Tian said with a smile. The Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder was a little surprised. "Let's go outside." Lin Tian. The Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder and the others followed Lin Tian out of the Burning Sun Hall. Then they were all moved and their expressions changed. They saw that Lin Tian was actually engraving array patterns along the Burning Sun sect. These array patterns were very complicated and profound, and none of them could understand them. However, although they couldn't understand, they could feel an extremely terrifying killing intent intertwining. With every array pattern Lin Tian engraved, this killing intent became more terrifying. Just like this, Time passed by minute. In the blink of an eye, it was the morning of the third day. After 2 days at this time when the morning sun shone, Lin Tian finally stopped, looking a little tired. "It's done," he said to the burning sun, Sek's grand elder, and the others. In 2 days, he rested a total of 2 times and engraved a total of 3 eternal triangular killing arrays on the burning sun sect. During this process, not only were the burning sun Sek's grand elder and a few other important figures of the sect watching, but the other ordinary disciples were also watching. Senior brother Lin Tian, did he engrave a killing array? A disciple muttered to himself. In the process of Lin Tian engraving the array, these onlooking disciples all felt an extremely terrifying killing intent. That killing intent seemed to be able to split the sky and shatter the earth. The burning sun, Sek's grand elder, and the others stepped forward, each of their eyes flashing with a bright light. "It's a killing array?" The burning sun, Sek's grand elder, asked. Lin Tian nodded. "The eternal triangular killing array can kill a powerhouse at the 4th heaven of the Ascension realm and block everyone below the Great Tao realm." This was the ultimate killing array created by the founder of the array manipulation master lineage. It gathered the profound meaning of the array Tao, and its power was boundless. The grand elders all trembled. They were all stunned. At the same time, some of the other Burning Sun sect's disciples were also shocked, their eyeballs almost popping out. It can kill a powerhouse at the 4th heaven of the Ascension realm? It can block everyone below the Great Tao realm? Tu Miao repeated this sentence, feeling a wave of shock in his heart. This was really more valuable than a pseudo-immortal artifact. Lin Tian chuckled. With a slight movement of his divine sense, he passed the seal to the Grand Elder, the Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder, and the 4 elders to activate the array. Good. The Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder was excited. Tu Miao, Luo Yu, and the others were also excited. The Grand Elder had stepped into the Ascension realm and could live for at least another 1,000 years. Then, with a top-notch pseudo-immortal artifact guarding the sect, and now with such a terrifying killing array protecting the sect, the Burning Sun sect had simply turned into an immortal fortress. And all of this was thanks to Lin Tian. This made Tu Miao and the others really not know what to say to Lin Tian. They were only left with excitement. Time passed very quickly. Not long after, the scorching sun was already hanging high in the sky, and the scorching heat of the Sun Valley scattered over the land. Staring at the sky, Lin Tian Wei narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up. On this day, he bid farewell to the Grand Elder and the others. Then he soared into the sky and directly shot out of the Burning Sun sect. The matters here were all settled. He was going to the Valley of the Harp. Whoosh! Soaring in the sky, the wind whistled in his ears and his clothes fluttered. Lin Tian's speed was very fast, and the scenery on both sides of him also flew by quickly. After several hours, his speed slowed down, and he descended from the sky. As far as the eye could see, there was an exquisite valley in front of him. He could vaguely see that there were many pavilions and palaces in the valley, giving people a very solemn feeling. However, there was also a trace of ethereal aura, appearing slightly hazy. "I'm here," Lin Tian muttered to himself. In front of him was the Valley of the Harp. He strode forward. "Who's there?" Outside the Valley of the Harp, a few female disciples were guarding. When they saw someone walking towards the Valley of the Harp, they immediately came out to ask. Lin Tian stopped and said politely, "I'm the Burning Sun. Lu Jia." He was about to reveal his identity when he suddenly saw a woman walking by in the distance. It was Lu Jia, who had a good relationship with Jiyu, so he directly called out to her. Lu Jia was about to practice her sword when she suddenly heard someone calling her, so she looked in the direction of the voice. When she saw Lin Tian, Lu Jia immediately revealed a shocked expression. "Senior, Lin Tian." As she spoke, Lu Jia quickly ran over to this area. "Senior brother Lin, you finally appeared." Where have you been for the past half a year? Junior's sister was worried to death. Lu Jie immediately said, I went to another place to cultivate. Lin Tian smiled. Lu Jie nodded and did not ask any more questions. She directly pointed to the Valley of the Harp and smiled at Lin Tian. All right, senior brother, I won't disturb you now. You can go and see junior sister. Lu Jie knew about the relationship between Lin Tian and the most outstanding female prodigy in her line. After half a year, Lin Tian suddenly appeared outside the Valley of the Harp. It was obvious that he was here for Jiyu. How could she delay Lin Tian at this time? Yes, thank you. Lin Tian smiled. He nodded at Lu Jie and strode towards the Valley of the Harp. Chapter 483. After entering the Valley of the Harp, Lin Tian's luck was rather good. He soon met an acquaintance, Shirku, who had a good relationship with Jiyu. After not seeing each other for more than half a year, Shirku's cultivation had become much stronger. She took him to a lotus pond in the depths of the Valley of the Harp. As far as the eye could see, white lotuses bloomed on the surface of the pond. In the center was a square pavilion, which looked very simple and unadorned. Little junior sister has been following the Valley Master here to cultivate the white lotus sword technique. She should be out soon. Shirku said. Lin Tian nodded and thanked Shirku. The two of them were still quite a distance away from the center of the lotus pond, so they would not disturb the Valley Master of the Valley of the Harp and Jiyu, who were cultivating. After this, Shirku whispered a few words to Lin Tian and then left with a smile. Lin Tian looked at the pavilion in the lotus pond, his expression somewhat gentle. He sat down on a piece of bluestone at the side. In the sky, the sun was blazing, and as time passed, it became gentle. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. Creak! A soft sound came from the center of the lotus pond, and the pavilion was opened. Little you, how do you feel? Well, in 3 months at most, I should be able to enter the Zephyr realm. Very good. You are much stronger than I was before. A beautiful woman and a young girl walked out of the pavilion, walking along the small, winding path in the lotus pond. The beautiful woman was dressed in purple, and the young girl was dressed in white. Their temperaments were very unusual, especially the young girl in white. She was very young, but had an ethereal aura, as if a fairy from the 9th heaven had fallen to the mortal world. These two people, one was the Valley Master of the Valley of the Harp, Yu Wushuang, and the other was the most powerful genius disciple of the Valley of the Harp, Jiyu. Lin Tian chuckled. When the two people walked out of the lotus pond, he stood up and walked forward. Senior, little Yu. Yu Wushuang was shocked, and Jiyu's expression also changed. But soon their expressions changed again. It's you, Lin Tian. Yu Wushuang was surprised, but Jiyu quickly walked over with a joyful expression. Where have you been for half a year? Jiyu asked. An old drunkard had visited the Valley of the Harp and told Jiyu that Lin Tian had gone to another place to cultivate and would take a long time to come back. However, an old drunkard didn't reveal the exact location of Lin Tian. Therefore, for the past half a year, Jiyu had been thinking about this question. The old man sent me to another place to cultivate. Lin Tian said with a smile. I know. I'm asking where exactly did you go? Jiyu whispered. Lin Tian smiled. I'll tell you about this later. Why? Is there a secret that you can't let me know? Another voice came from the side. Yu Wushuang stared at Lin Tian somewhat playfully, but she was still a little surprised. One had to know that she was a cultivator in the airborne realm, the master of the Valley of the Harp. However, just now, before Lin Tian spoke, she didn't sense Lin Tian's aura at all. At this moment, she carefully observed Lin Tian and found that Lin Tian had become like a black hole that was difficult to see through. Looking at Yu Wushuang, Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. It's nothing. Senior, don't think too much. When he was still in the Sea of Consciousness realm, he used the weapon control technique in the Valley of the Harp. At that time, for his safety, Yu Wushuang personally sent him back to the Burning Sun sect, which made him very grateful. One had to know that at that time he was just an ordinary person, and Yu Wushuang was the master of a large sect. With such a noble status, she took the initiative to send him back to the Burning Sun sect. How could he not be grateful? Okay, it's rare for you to come back. You and Xiaoyu have a good chat. This old man won't disturb you too. Yu Wushuang said. Senior, what are you saying? You're in your prime. You have nothing to do with being called an old man. Lin Tian smiled. Yu Wushuang laughed. I like hearing that. In this world, there was no woman who didn't like to hear others call her young and beautiful. Although Yu Wushuang was the master of a large sect, she was still a human. As long as she was a human, it was difficult for her to avoid the vulgar. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. Just like last time, let Xiaoyu take you around. You can go anywhere. After saying that, Yu Wushuang quickly left. Let's go. I'll take you around. There are many things I want to ask you. Ji Yu said, I've already been around once. I'm very familiar with this place. Lin Tian smiled. The environment in the Valley of the Harp was very good. Birds were singing, flowers were fragrant, and immortal herbs were everywhere. It gave people a very pleasant feeling. The two walked side by side in the Valley of the Harp, quickly attracting the attention of many female disciples. It's Junior Ji Yu. The person next to her looks very familiar. That person seems to have been to our Valley of the Harp before. Yes, that's right. He's a disciple of the Burning Sun sect. His name is Lin Tian. Many female disciples were pointing and chattering in this direction. Why are you all crowding around? Disperse. Lu Jia walked over. With a whoosh, the surrounding female disciples suddenly dispersed like frightened little birds. Lu Jia rolled her eyes, nodded to Lin Tian and Ji Yu with a smile, and then walked away. The two of them walked in the zither, serene valley. After not seeing each other for more than half a year, their relationship had grown closer. Lin Tianxian knew that Ji Yu had already reached the 9th layer of the Sea of Consciousness. Soon, she would be able to step into the realm of flight. How have you been these days? He asked. Pretty good. Every day is very peaceful. It's much better than when I first came here. Ji Yu said, That's good. Lin Tian nodded. How about you? How's your cultivation in the past half a year? Not bad. Ji Yu said, looked at Lin Tian and said, By the way, something happened not long ago. The 100 Refinements workshop was destroyed. Lin Tian nodded. You don't seem surprised at all? Ji Yu was a little curious. Lin Tian smiled. What was there to be curious about? He was the one who destroyed the 100 Refinements workshop. He and Ji Yu walked around the Valley of the Harp for a long time and walked through many places. They didn't stop until the sun was setting. By the way, have you been back to the Imperial City these days? He asked Ji Yu. No, I haven't. Speaking of which, I've been out for a long time. I wonder how Grandpa is doing at home. Lin Tian said you can rest assured. Zhu Yi is now the emperor of the Beiyan royal family, and he will take good care of old General. However, without you by his side, old General is completely alone. He should feel a little lonely sometimes. Ji Yu nodded and whispered, I want to go back and see Grandpa. You have the same idea as me. Tell your master at night. We will set off tomorrow and go back to Beiyan. Lin Tian said with a smile. He left Beiyan for a few months and went to the second heaven for more than half a year. He had been away for too long. In Fengjian City, his sister Lin, she was there, and Sushu was taking care of her. These two people were very important to him, just like Ji Yu. Okay, Ji Yu nodded. That night, Ji Yu told Yu Wushuang about this matter. Yu Wushuang naturally agreed and reminded her to be careful. That night, the sky was dotted with stars, sprinkling silver light all over the sky. The night passed quickly. In the morning, Yu Wushuang personally sent Lin Tian and Ji Yu to the Valley of the Harp and prepared excellent demon horses for them. Lin Tian, protect little Yu well. Yu Wushuang said to Lin Tiandao. Don't worry. With me here, no one in this heaven can hurt her. Lin Tiandao, with his current strength, it would not be difficult for him to sweep through this heaven realm. You are quite arrogant. Yu Wushuang played ball. Lin Tian smiled embarrassedly and said, It's nothing. Senior, don't tease me. The two said goodbye to Yu Wushuang and rode away on the two horses. Soon they were far away. Why can't I see through this little guy? Yu Wushuang frowned and whispered as she stared at Lin Tian's back. After a while, she shook her head and turned to walk into the valley. The Guqin Valley was very far away from the Northern Flame Imperial City. Even if an airborne realm being were to travel by air, it would still take them 10 days to get there. Lin Tian and Ji Yu were riding horses. Even though they were riding excellent demon horses, personally selected by Yu Wushuang, it still took them a month to get to the outskirts of the Imperial City. Of course, they took a break every day during this period. After all, although demon horses were many times stronger than ordinary horses, it was impossible for them to travel nonstop for a month. They would die of exhaustion. The Northern Flame Imperial City was very large. The city walls were tall and majestic, showing the majesty of a king. We are back again. It has been a year. Both of them were a little emotional. Leading the demon horses, the two entered the city and quickly attracted the attention of the people in the city. Of course, it was not the two demon horses or Lin Tian who attracted the attention. It was Ji Yu who attracted the attention because she was just too beautiful. Is it okay for you to attract so much attention? I am just a background character. Lin Tian was speechless. Are you blaming me? Ji Yu snickered. The Northern Flame country was a big country. Many heroes gathered in the Imperial City on a daily basis. Seeing Ji Yu's beauty, young people quickly came up and wanted to talk to her. These people were all in their early 20s. They were either the young masters of wealthy merchant families or extremely powerful young geniuses. All of them were extraordinary. Therefore, even though they saw a male companion beside Ji Yu, they didn't care at all. They didn't put him in their eyes at all. However, these people were frightened by Lin Tian's indifferent gaze before they could get close, and they all trembled. That's right. He is that Lin Tian from back then. Suddenly, someone cried out. As soon as this was said, it immediately caused a commotion. Many people's faces changed drastically. Lin Tian. Is that the Lin Tian who destroyed the 3 major martial arts families in the Imperial City? Is it really him? That's right, it is him. In an instant, there was a huge commotion. Back then, after Zhu Wudao inherited the throne, he detained the old general. Lin Tian hijacked a prisoner carriage alone, then broke into the Imperial City and destroyed the 3 major martial arts families: the Jiang family, the Duan family, and the Lung family. He was famous in the entire Northern Flame Imperial City. Now, although a year had passed, people still remembered him when he appeared again. Beside him is old General Ji's daughter. Ji Yu, Miss Ji? Seems like it. After recognizing Lin Tian, many people quickly recognized Ji Yu. After that, the crowd on both sides of the street widened their eyes. Lin Tian and Ji Yu were both geniuses whose names had spread throughout the Northern Flame Imperial City. This was especially true for Lin Tian, whose name reverberated like thunder in the ears of the Northern Flame Imperial City. A year ago, after the massacre of the 3 great martial clans, his name had long been memorized by the people of the Northern Flame Imperial City. It was unforgettable. This was especially so for the few young men who were about to hit on Ji Yu. At this moment, they were all covered in cold sweat. What were they trying to do just now? They were simply courting death. Lin Tian and Ji Yu did not pay attention to the people around them as they walked in a certain direction. After about 2 hours, the two of them arrived in front of a majestic mansion. It was the great general's residence. There were 2 young soldiers standing guard in front of the great general's residence. When they saw someone approaching, they immediately went up to stop them. However, when they saw the faces of Lin Tian and Jiyu, they were shocked and hurriedly bowed to them. In the past, the great general's residence had encountered a great disaster. All the soldiers in the residence were killed, and even Ji Yuanshan was imprisoned. After that, Lin Tian broke into the palace and killed the new king, Zhu Wudao, forcing the Northern Flame imperial family to submit. The situation changed once again. The Northern Flame imperial family personally apologized to Ji Yuanshan and conferred him as the first national protector general. They also personally sent over new soldiers. These 2 soldiers came to the great general's residence at that time. At that time, Lin Tian and Ji Yu had not yet gone to the sect. Naturally, the 2 of them recognized them. Lin Tian waved his hand and spoke politely. He asked the 2 soldiers to lead him and Ji Yu's demonic horse away. It's been a long time since I came back. After a year, Ji Yu was a little happy to be back home. Let's go in and see the old general first, Lin Tian said with a smile. After being separated from his closest grandfather for a year, he could naturally understand Ji Yu's feelings. The 2 of them entered the great general's residence. Soon, the people in the great general's residence came out to greet them. They were very respectful towards the 2 of them. However, when Lin Tian asked about the old general, the great general's residence's steward's expression did not look too good. The old general went to the battlefield. The situation is very, very bad. Chapter 484. Lin Tian frowned. Ji Yuanshan was almost 90 years old and had already resigned from his position as the great general. Why would he go to the battlefield again and the situation be so bad? One had to know that Ji Yuanshan had fought countless battles in his life and was famous in the surrounding empires. He had never been defeated before. How could the situation be so bad when such a person personally went to the battlefield? Ji Yu seemed a little nervous as she looked at Lin Tian. It's fine, Lin Tian comforted. He knew that Ji Yu was worried about Ji Yuanshan's safety. I'll go to the palace and ask. He immediately pulled Ji Yu out of the general's residence and arrived at the palace gate. Who are you? Stop. In front of the imperial palace, the imperial soldiers guarding the gates stepped forward and sternly barked. Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't waste any time. Tell them that I want to see Zhu Yi. With his current cultivation, he could actually fly into the Northern Flame Imperial Palace directly. However, if he were to fly into the Northern Flame Imperial Palace, it would more or less damage the imperial family's reputation. Currently, Zhu Yi was the emperor of the Northern Flame Imperial Palace, and he was friends with Zhu Yi. He naturally had to consider it. How dare you? How dare you call His Majesty by his name? You. The soldiers guarding the palace gate were furious. However, they soon thought of something and their expressions changed. You're Lin Tian? Lin Tian barged into the palace and killed the new emperor of the Northern Flame Palace. After that, he pressured the royal family to elect Zhu Yi as the emperor. Almost everyone guarding the palace knew about him. Go and report. Lin Tian on Dao. The soldiers trembled in awe. They nodded repeatedly, and some of them immediately ran into the imperial palace. Ji Yu frowned from time to time. After hearing from the old housekeeper that the situation was bad, she seemed a little uneasy. After all, her only family member was on the battlefield. Don't worry. The old general is brave and skilled in battle. His cultivation isn't weak either. Lin Tian comforted her. Ji Yu nodded, and her beautiful brows relaxed quite a bit. Very quickly an hour passed. At this time, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the palace. A young man in a purple gold dragon robe ran in. He was the current emperor of Beiyan, Zhu Yi. When he saw Lin Tian from afar, he was surprised and delighted. Lin Tian, it's really you. You're back. A year ago, Lin Tian had gone to the sect to cultivate. Zhu Yi knew about this. Now that Lin Tian had returned, he was very excited. When he heard the soldier's report, he immediately put down what he was doing and personally came out to greet him. There were several other figures behind him. Some were civil officials of the empire, and some were military generals. When they saw Lin Tian, they all bowed deeply with respectful expressions. Zhu Yi looked at Ji Yu and said, "Miss Ji." After becoming the emperor of the Northern Flame country, Zhu Yi was exposed to many important matters between countries. This made Zhu Yi mature a lot. Now that they had parted for a year, he was very happy and excited to see Lin Tian and Ji Yu again. However, this could not hide the anxiety in his eyes, and his cheeks looked a little haggard. "Zhu Yi, what's wrong? Your blood qi is not very good." Lin Tian frowned. His cultivation was very strong now, and his divine sense was very powerful. He could see the mental state of a person at a glance. Zhu Yi not only looked haggard, but his eyes were also a little bloodshot. His soul power and blood qi were much weaker than a normal young man. It was as if he had not slept for 10 days. Zhu Yi smiled bitterly. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. On the side, one of the generals said, "Lord Lin, the Uros have invaded our borders, and more than 10 cities have already been lost. These days His Majesty is truly—" At this point the general sighed, and his eyes were filled with anger. Lin Tian caught the deep anger in the military general's eyes and asked, "Tell me what happened?" "Yes, Lord Lin." The military general said respectfully, "Lord Lin, you should know that the Uros Empire, which is next to our Northern Flame, has always been our enemy. However, the strength of our two countries is about the same. No, when the old general was still in office, the Uros Empire was slightly stronger than our Northern Flame. After dozens of battles, the Uros Empire no longer dared to invade our Northern Flame territory because of the old general's reputation. They have always been very obedient. However, a while ago, the Uros Empire suddenly started invading our territory again. For some reason, this country's strength was much stronger than before. Our country's strength was also very strong, but this time we were unable to withstand a single blow from the Uros Empire. In less than 4 months, we lost 13 cities. However, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is..." Speaking until here, the military general clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with anger. His lips trembled. They actually massacred the cities. The people of 13 cities were all killed. Massacred 13 cities? Lin Tian frowned. In a war between two countries, it was common for one country to take over the other country's cities. After taking over a city, the empire that took over the city would usually pacify the people in the city. After stabilizing the people's hearts, they would then reassign the people to guard the city. After all, occupying a city was to rule more territory. There was no substantial benefit in massacring all the people in the city. Moreover, massacring a city was too inhumane. Most kings felt that it would affect the country's fate, so they usually wouldn't massacre a city. In the history of wars between countries, massacring a city had only happened a few times since ancient times. Moreover, it was all because of some kind of deep hatred that couldn't be resolved. As a result, ordinary people were implicated. Such historical events could be counted on one hand. The Uros Empire had taken over 13 cities of the Northern Flame country and massacred 13 cities. This had never happened before. It was very cruel. In other words, it was inhumane. He glanced at Ji Yu beside him, then looked at Zhu Yi and said, "Just in time. I came because of the old general's return to the battlefield. As for the Uros Empire, I will help you out." With his current strength, it was easy for him to destroy the royal family of an empire. Stopping this war was no different from eating and drinking. Moreover, to be honest, the Uros Empire's actions made him feel a little cold. Massacring 13 cities and implicating ordinary people was too much. Zhu Yi was overjoyed. However, his expression soon dimmed. This war is very difficult to handle. A few spiritual sea realm guests from the royal family have died. Even the fourth ancestor of my clan and a few powerful elders of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy have died. Zhu Yi smiled bitterly. He knew that Lin Tian was very powerful and cultivated in the sect. However, this matter was very troublesome. 10 days ago, the old general wanted to go to the battlefield personally after learning about this matter. I tried my best to stop him, but the old general didn't listen to me. The old general is dedicated to the country and the people of Northern Flame. Sometimes he can be very stubborn. I know this. It's normal that you can't persuade him. Lin Tian nodded. When Zhu Wudao succeeded the throne, he imprisoned Ji Yuanshan and paraded him through the streets. At that time, he asked Ji Yuanshan if he would still serve the royal family of Northern Flame if he could turn back time. At that time, Ji Yuanshan gave a firm answer after a moment of silence. The answer was for the people. Now, the Uro's empire had cruelly massacred the people of 13 cities of Northern Flame. Ji Yuanshan must have been extremely angry and wanted to go to war. As for the deaths of the spiritual sea realm experts, it is indeed a little troublesome. The death of several sea of consciousness realm experts in a war between ordinary empires was indeed unusual. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a big problem. It should be known that for ordinary empires, sea of consciousness realm experts were lofty existences. Now that several experts of this level had died in the war with Uru Kingdom, it was no wonder that Zhu Yi's face was so haggard. He looked at Zhu Shi and said, I have understood the general situation. Later, Ji Yu and I will go to the border battlefield personally. Zhu Yi smiled bitterly. Lin Tian, I know you are very powerful. However, this time it is really dangerous. He really treated Lin Tian as a friend. He was very happy that Lin Tian wanted to help him out. However, he was more worried that Lin Tian and Ji Yu would also meet with misfortune at the border. Now, I am thinking that no matter what, I have to bring the old general back in 3 days. Just as you said, the old general has sacrificed too much for the country and the people of Northern Flame. We should let the old general enjoy the rest of his life. Oh right, there is also Xian Chenyin. That guy has achieved some success in his cultivation and has also gone to the border battlefield. Before Lin Tian left Northern Flame, he gave Xian Yao many martial techniques, cultivation methods, and elixirs. After that, just as Lin Tian expected, with these martial techniques, cultivation methods, and elixirs, Xian Yao smoothly inherited the position of the head of the Xian family. She slowly transformed the Xian family into a martial arts family. There were many more powerful cultivators in the family. Xian Qingyin was Xian Yao's younger brother. Moreover, Lin Tian gave him many spirit-gathering rune scrolls and some spiritual herbs and elixirs before he left. He did not lack any resources. Therefore, his cultivation improved very quickly. Because he knew that Ji Yuanshan was Ji Yu's grandfather, and that Ji Yu and Lin Tian were very close, Xian Qingyin immediately gathered some experts in the family and chased after Ji Yuanshan after he rushed to the battlefield. He said that he wanted to protect the future old master for Lin Tian. This guy is really... Lin Tian was speechless. When he first came to the imperial city to cultivate, other than Ji Yu, Xian Chenyin was his best friend. He called him brother-in-law and chased after him. He was very good to him. Now that he heard that this guy chased after Ji Yuanshan to the battlefield to protect the future old master for him, he felt both amused and touched. I will go to the border battlefield immediately. Find someone to lead the way for me, he said to Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi frowned and said, Lin Tian, it is really dangerous. I don't want you to get hurt. I will immediately. Zhu Yi wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Tian. Don't worry. Lin Tian took a step forward and patted Zhu Yi's shoulder with a smile. Ji Yu and I will be fine. We will go to the border and quickly bring the old general and Xian Chenyin back. Of course, we will also end the war. You just need to prepare a welcome banquet. This. Zhu Yi hesitated. In the end, he did not refuse and said, Then I will go with you. You are the emperor of a country. Why are you going to the battlefield in person? Lin Tian said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhu Yi suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Don't make fun of me. Staring at Lin Tian, his eyes were very determined. In short, if you want to go, then I will go with you. Lin Tianyi smiled. Okay, then let's go together. As the emperor of a country, it is also good to go to the border and take a look. If the emperor of a country went to the battlefield in person, it would greatly improve the battle chi of the soldiers at the border. In the future, Zhu Yi would also be respected by the soldiers of the empire. This was naturally a great thing. As for the safety of Zhu Yi, the current emperor, he did not care much. With his current strength, he could protect Zhu Yi well. Immediately, Lin Tian, Jiyu, and Zhu Yi, led by a powerful general, went to the border. Because of Lin Tian's presence, the sovereign king's bodyguards, who were supposed to follow Zhu Yi, were all ordered to stay within the imperial city. Only the 4 horses galloped away, leaving behind a trail of dust. Soon, they were far away from the northern flame imperial city, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Chapter 485. Lin Tianwei was stunned. Wu Rose had the help of a very powerful array manipulator. Very powerful. He repeated these words. Array manipulators had many methods and were very decisive in the war between empires. Therefore, the status of array manipulators was usually quite high. However, he was a little puzzled by Zhu Yi's deliberate mention of this point. From the looks of it, the array manipulator of Uros was not ordinary. Otherwise, Zhu Yi, the emperor of Northern Flame, would not have emphasized it. Very powerful and strange. We invited a Tier 5 array manipulator, but he couldn't do anything. Zhu Yi's expression turned slightly ugly. Lin Tianwei frowned. Compared to ordinary empires, a Tier 5 array manipulator was already considered very powerful. However, he could not do anything against Uros. Could it be that a Tier 6 array manipulator was helping Uros? Tell me the details. He said. It would take about 3 days to travel from the imperial city to the border on a Fergana horse. He felt that it was better to know more about the war. Lord Lin, let me tell you. The general, who led the way for the 3 of them, spoke. He was far more familiar with the matters at the border than Zhu Yi. He said, usually ordinary soldiers will feel tired after fighting for a period of time. But this time, the soldiers of Uros are a little strange. It's as if they never know fatigue. They are as ferocious as wild beasts. Everyone's eyes are terrifying. It's as if they have deviated from humans. As he spoke, the general's expression was a little horrified. He said, and after the soldiers of Uros died on the battlefield, they could stand up again. They were clearly no longer breathing, but they could still move. Moreover, they were not afraid of swords and sabers. They were even more terrifying than when they were alive. Even if their heads were chopped off, they could still move and kill. Lin Tianwei frowned. Is there anything else? The general nodded. He seemed to have thought of a terrifying scene and said, sometimes there will be bloody winds on the battlefield, and the sky will turn dark. Occasionally, one can see figures in the bloody winds. Those figures, they seemed to be the people of the 13 cities that were lost. Some people saw them struggling in the bloody winds, like vengeful ghosts from hell. The figures of the dead? Souls? Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a faint light. If all of this was done by a formation manipulator, then the other party's level was probably very high. However, why would a matrix manipulator of this level interfere in a war between ordinary empires? Lin Tian, what's wrong? Ji Yu asked. Nothing. Lin Tian shook his head. He comforted Ji Yu again, telling Ji Yu not to worry about Ji Yuanshan. After that, he didn't ask any more questions, and the horse sped up. Very quickly, 3 days passed. Kill them all. Charge. In front of them, shouts of killing could be heard. After 3 days, the group finally arrived at the border. Looking ahead, there was a vast plain in front of them. two groups of people were fighting. One group was the soldiers of the Northern Flame country, and the other was the soldiers of the Black Luo country. The weapons of the two sides clashed, and corpses kept falling down. Blood kept floating in the air, and then the ground was dyed red. This scene was very cruel, and it was a great visual impact to ordinary people. However, the four people here were not ordinary people. Ji Yu was born in the general's residence. Zhu Yi was a prince, and the general had experienced many battles. They were not unfamiliar with such scenes, so they were not surprised. As for Lin Tian, needless to say, this kind of battle was not worth mentioning to him. Kill! A familiar shout rang out. Lin Tian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man charging out. This young man seemed to be the same age as him, but his strength was not bad. He was already at the 6th level of the Divine Vein Realm, which was very good for his age. Lin Tianyi smiled as he recognized this person. "Is that Xian Qingyan?" Zhu Yi asked. Because they were too far away, he could not see clearly. "It's him, Lin Tiandao." His cultivation was strong and his eyesight was very good. Even though they were far away, he could see clearly. Zhu Yi nodded and said, "Let's go over quickly. The battlefield is very dangerous. We can't let anything happen to him." In the Northern Flame Imperial City, he had known Xian Qingyun for a long time. Later, because of Lin Tian, their relationship had undoubtedly improved over the past year. Seeing Xian Qingyun charging into the battlefield, Zhu Yi was naturally a little worried. He was afraid that Xian Qingyun would be injured. "No hurry. Let's take a look first." Lin Tiandao, standing here, he could already control the whole situation. He wanted to see how strong Xian Qingyun was now. Of course, he also wanted to see if the soldiers of the Black Luo country were really as strange as the general had said. Kill! 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 On the battlefield, the shouts of killing were endless and deafening. Lin Tian looked at Xian Qingyun from afar and found that his combat strength was indeed not bad. In the 6th level of the Divine Vein Realm, there should be few who could be his opponent. This was because the martial techniques he used were all of the Sea of Consciousness level. He shifted his gaze to look around. Not long after, he narrowed his eyes slightly. He realized that what the general had said was true. The soldiers of the Yuru Kingdom were in a very strange state. Not only were they filled with hostility, but their mobility had far exceeded their own limits. It felt as if the other party had been deliberately burning their potential, overdrawing their future lives to fight this battle. Puff! 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 Bright red blood continued to splatter. The situation on the battlefield was very bad. The soldiers of the Northern Flame country were retreating in defeat. In the process, many soldiers of the Northern Flame country died. Of course, the soldiers of the Black Luo country also fell to the ground. But soon, the soldiers of the Black Luo country, who were originally dead, stood up shakily. They waved the swords in their hands and attacked the soldiers of the Northern Flame country like marionettes. The strange scene caused the soldiers of the Northern Flame country to be terrified. Their formation was in chaos. As a result, the situation on the side of the Northern Flame country became even worse. Dong! Suddenly, there was the sound of a drum in the camp of the Northern Flame country. On a high platform in the camp, an old man was beating the drum. Each beat was louder than the previous one. When the drum beat sounded, the morale of the soldiers of the Northern Flame country suddenly rose. They roared and killed the enemy valiantly. Its grandfather, Ji Yu, was delighted. Lin Tian naturally saw it too. The person beating the drum was Ji Yuanshan. It had to be said that Ji Yuanshan's prestige in the army was indeed amazing. He stood on the high platform and without saying anything, just a simple beat of the drum could increase the battle chi of the soldiers by several times. It made the soldiers who were originally frightened regain their fighting spirit. It was very shocking. Kill! 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 The soldiers of the Northern Flame country roared. Although there were people falling, no one was afraid anymore. All of this was because of Ji Yuanshan's drumbeat. Looking at the battlefield in front of him, Lin Tian was slightly moved. The general was fearless, and the soldiers under his command were not afraid. They were fighting to protect their home and to protect the common people. They knew that they might die if they charged forward, but they still charged forward fearlessly. It was a simple feeling to say, but it was not so simple to do. He was slightly moved. Lin Tian, Xian Qingyun is in danger. Zhu Yi shouted. Xian Qingyun was somewhat powerful, but because of this he attracted the attention of the soldiers of Urose. A few strong cultivators surrounded him, causing Xian Qingyun to almost die. Most importantly, the dead soldiers of Urose stood up again. They were fearless and difficult to kill. This caused Xian Qingyun to quickly fall into a predicament and be forced into a difficult situation. I'm watching. Lin Tianyi stared at the battlefield. He was naturally watching Xian Qingyun. He knew even without Zhu Yi's words. Looking forward, he said to Ji Yu, "Take a detour with them and go to the camp to see the old general. I'll go to the battlefield." Okay. Ji Yu nodded and said softly, "Be careful." Lin Tian nodded. In a flash, he disappeared from the spot. His speed was as if he had teleported. Zhu Yi and the generals beside him widened their eyes. It was too fast. They didn't even see how Lin Tian moved. Not only them, but even Ji Yu, who was at the ninth sky of the Sea of Consciousness, was surprised. Even someone as powerful as her didn't see how Lin Tian moved. This guy. Ji Yu whispered, "Miss Ji, shall we go to the old general first?" Zhu Yi asked. "Okay." Ji Yu nodded. The general led the way. The three of them walked quickly to the camp of the Northern Flame. Clang! 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 On the battlefield, swords and sabers clashed continuously. Battle cries rang out continuously, intertwining in the air and stirring up dust and sand. Xian Qingyun was in a bad situation. He was besieged by 3 generals at the 6th sky of the Divine Range. "You're strong, but it's a pity. You're going to die soon. After you die, your Northern Flame will also be destroyed soon. You think you can turn the situation around with that old man, Ji Yuanshan, on the battlefield? Dream on. After this, not only your Northern Flame, but also the surrounding empires, no, all the empires in this world will be devoured by my black flame. Soon, everything in this world will belong to my black flame." The 3 generals of black flame were middle-aged. Their eyes were cruel, and they had sinister smiles. Their attacks were very insidious. "Devour all the empires? You really dare to brag." Xian Qingyun sneered and cursed. His face was very ugly. While fighting the 3 of them, he also had to take care of the black Luo soldiers who were constantly coming back from the dead. He was really forced to the point of being unable to deal with them. Hearing Xian Qingyun's words, the 3 generals of Black Flame snorted. "You don't understand. Our country has a divine master. We're destined to be invincible in the future and unify this world." One of them said coldly, "I don't understand either. Can you tell me who the divine master of your country is?" A voice sounded. A figure suddenly appeared beside Xian Qingyun, causing the swords and sabers of the 3 generals of Black Flame to stop in the air. It was as if there was an invisible force blocking them. Moreover, at the same time, the soldiers of Uroa who had been resurrected from the dead were all sent flying and exploded. "Who is it?" The 3 generals of Black Flame were shocked. Xian Qingyun was also shocked, but he soon showed an extremely excited expression. "Brother-in-law." Chapter 486. Xian Qingyun's face was full of surprise. Just when he was facing the threat of death, Lin Tian appeared. With a raise of his hand, he knocked away all the soldiers of Uru who had come back from the dead and stopped the 3 masters who were attacking him. Such a reunion really surprised him. "Brother-in-law, is it really you?" Am I dreaming? Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped this guy. Does it hurt? Yes. Xin Chenyun nodded. Then he was even more surprised. It's really you, brother-in-law. You're back from the sect? I just came back. Lin Tian smiled. He was also quite happy to see his good friend after a year. He still wanted to say something to Xin Chenyun, but he was interrupted by a furious roar. The three people from Uros all wielded swords and sabers, but they were stopped by an invisible force. Even with all their strength, they were unable to slash down their swords or sabers. Staring at this scene, Xin Chenyun was shocked. He looked at Lin Tiandao and asked, "Brother-in-law, did you do this?" Xin Chenyun was not stupid. Naturally, he could guess. Lin Tian nodded and stared at the three people opposite him. Tell me, who is that god-tier master of Uru? The three of them tried their best to slash out with their swords and sabers. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, they could not slash down. It was as if there was a layer of invisible air in the void that blocked their weapons. This made them gradually feel a sense of fear. However, when the three heard Lin Tian mention the god-tier master, their expressions immediately became cold and ferocious. The god-tier master is a god from heaven. He's omnipotent and can control everything in the world. With the god-tier master here, you'll die. All of you will die. The god-tier master will lead Uru to eternal glory and unify this world. The three people sneered with ferocious expressions. Their eyes were bloodthirsty. Lin Tian didn't have any expression on his face. He swept out 3 beams of sword chi. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered, and the 3 people were all beheaded. These 3 people had too much evil chi on them. He had no reason to be merciful and killed them all on the spot. Brother-in-law, be careful. A monster is coming. Xin Chenyun shouted. Xin Chenyun wasn't surprised that Lin Tian was able to kill the 3 generals from the Black Luo Kingdom. When Lin Tian left the imperial city, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Sea of Consciousness. His combat strength was extremely terrifying. Now that Lin Tian had returned from the sect, he was even stronger. It was naturally easy for him to kill a few cultivators at the 6th heavenly layer of the divine vein realm. There was no need for him to be surprised. Lin Tian tilted his head. Some of the Uros soldiers who had come back from the dead were charging over. Their bodies were covered in blood, and some of them even had their arms and heads chopped off. However, they could still move. They raised their blades and charged in this direction. These things are too horrifying. Xin Chenyun shrunk his neck. Just now they had been in a life-and-death battle, so he didn't find it scary. Now that Lin Tian had appeared and stared at these Uro soldiers who had come back from the dead, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. After all, these people were clearly dead, but they could stand up again. This was too strange and terrifying. Lin Tian swept out a large amount of sword chi, cutting the surrounding Uro soldiers who had come back from the dead into pieces. He left behind a moving corpse and raised his hand to grab it. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing?" Xin Chenyun asked. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He lifted the armor of this soldier's corpse and saw blood-colored patterns on its back. Xin Chenyun was shocked. "What is this?" "Formation patterns." Lin Tiandao, staring at the blood-colored formation patterns on the back of this soldier, a silver light flashed in his eyes. Then, traces of cold light appeared. This blood-colored formation pattern had never appeared in his sea of consciousness before. However, as a level 6 array manipulator, as someone who had mastered the Tiani Soul technique, the supreme ancient scripture of array Tao, he could clearly sense the effect of this blood-colored formation pattern. When this blood-colored pattern was engraved on a living person's body, it could absorb blood chi and enter the brain of the living person who bore this blood-colored pattern. At the cost of overdrawing one's life, it could strengthen all aspects of the bearer's body and make the bearer bloodthirsty and cruel. Moreover, After the bearer died, his blood, chi, and soul wouldn't dry up for a short period of time, and his soul wouldn't dissipate for a short period of time. The blood-colored pattern would continue to work and automatically control the flow of blood chi, allowing the dead bearer to stand up and kill the enemy again. This was a very vicious formation pattern. This was because even if the bearer didn't die on the battlefield when the battle ended, his life would be shortened by at least 30 years. It was even possible that he would die after a year and a half. With a poof, he completely shattered the corpse of the soldier with the blood-colored pattern. This soldier was already dead. It was nothing more than the blood-colored pattern controlling the blood chi in his body. He could only be considered a simple puppet. Kill! 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 Some of the soldiers roared loudly and rushed over. The soldiers of the Uru kingdom all had bloodshot eyes and a vicious aura around them. They were like wild beasts. Lin Tian stood up and didn't kill them. He sent a large number of Uro's soldiers flying. Then he raised his hand and grabbed a soldier who was still alive. The same blood-colored pattern appeared on his back. This soldier was imprisoned, but he wasn't afraid at all. He roared crazily, "These bastards are really vicious." Xin Qingyun cursed. Lin Tian pressed down on the soldier. Silver light flashed in his right hand. He activated the Tiani Soul technique and pressed down on the soldier's back. With a soft sound, the blood-colored pattern on the soldier's back was directly destroyed. Instantly, the Uro's soldier trembled, and the viciousness in his eyes decreased by more than half. "You." The soldier looked a little confused, but he quickly stood up. He looked at Lin Tian and Xin Qingyun with fear and stepped back. Clearly, the blood-colored pattern made him violent and bloodthirsty, but he still remembered what was happening. Xin Qingyun was surprised. When the blood-colored pattern disappeared, the Uro soldier actually knew how to be cautious and fearful. He was actually retreating. Clang! 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 The weapons clashed continuously, spreading in all directions. On the battlefield, soldiers from both countries were charging, and people kept falling. The Uro soldiers weren't afraid of death. They were ferocious, bloodthirsty, and filled with viciousness. In comparison, although the Baiyan soldiers had Ji Yuanshans drumming to boost their fighting spirit, they were still much weaker than the Uro soldiers. They were still retreating, and soldiers kept falling into pools of blood. They died on the cruel battlefield. Xin Chanyun cursed. Baiyan was his empire. Seeing the Baiyan soldiers fall one by one, he was naturally angry. Lin Tian looked at the battlefield and swept away a few of the Uro soldiers. Then he said to Xin Chanyun, "Ask all the Baiyan soldiers to retreat. Leave this to me." He could already imagine that the Uro soldiers must have been engraved with that vicious, blood-colored pattern. The Baiyan soldiers couldn't possibly block it. "Leave it to you? Brother-in-law, you must be joking. You want to block the Uro soldiers by yourself." Xin Qingyun's eyes widened. This was a battlefield. There were tens of thousands of Uros charging. How could one person block it? "Just leave it to me. Go." Lin Tiandao. Xin Qingyun's eyes widened, but he quickly nodded. "Okay, brother-in-law, be careful. There were tens of thousands of Uros charging. If it were anyone else, Xin Qingyun would definitely call them crazy. But now that Lin Tian had spoken, Xin Qingyun was only slightly shocked. He didn't say anything else. Xin Qingyun had absolute faith in Lin Tian, or rather, it could be said that he worshipped him blindly. With that, Xin Qingyun left the battlefield. Not long after, a bugle horn sounded. It was extremely loud and clear. It came from the Baiyan camp. "Retreat!" A Baiyan general shouted on the battlefield. On the border battlefield, it was difficult for one person's voice to travel. Therefore, some simple orders were transmitted through different bugle horns. The bugle horn was the order for the Baiyan soldiers to retreat. After hearing the bugle horn, the Baiyan soldiers quickly retreated and left the battlefield kicking up a large cloud of dust. Among the dust, only Lin Tian didn't move. He stood quietly on the spot and watched the Uros charging over. In the Beiyan camp, Ji Yuanshan, Ji Yu, Zhu Yi, and the rest all rushed out. All the soldiers saluted. Beside them, Xian Chengyun was naturally beside them. Just now, Xian Chengyun had retreated from the battlefield and told Ji Yuanshan the ins and outs of the matter. He said that Lin Tian wanted all the Beiyan soldiers to retreat. This made Ji Yuanshan and the rest change their expressions. Originally, Ji Yuanshan refused to blow the bugle horn for the Beiyan soldiers to retreat no matter what. But Xian Chengyun looked solemn and serious. In the end, he had no choice but to nod. "Where is Lin Tian?" "Over there, old general." Xian Chengyun pointed to the front. On the battlefield, dust flew. A slender figure faced the Uros army with his back to the crowd. He was calm and collected. This scene was quickly seen by the other generals and soldiers of the Beiyan camp. Their expressions changed drastically. "Who is that? Why is there still someone on the battlefield? Didn't you hear the bugle horn for retreat? Go and pull him down." A general shouted. Someone wanted to rush out, but was stopped by Xian Chengyun. "Don't move. Leave that place to my brother-in-law." Xian Chengyun was the young master of the Xian family. His cultivation was strong, and he was by Ji Yuanshan's side. Naturally, his prestige in the army was not weak. When he spoke, those who wanted to rush out stopped. But soon, many people shook their heads. These people did not care about the word brother-in-law, Xian Chengyun said. Instead, they were thinking about the battlefield ahead. How can he stop tens of thousands of soldiers by himself? That's right. Isn't this nonsense? Quick, pull him back. He's courting death. Many people said. At this time, even Ji Yuanshan nodded. He wanted to call Lin Tian back. Lin Tian was strong, but how could he stop tens of thousands of Uro's imperial army alone? Moreover, those soldiers were very strange. Their battle chi was very fierce. "Grandpa," a voice came from the side. Ji spoke. Although he was worried, he said, "I believe in him." Ji Yuanshan frowned. "Little you, old general, believe in him. I believe in him too." Zhu Yi said solemnly, "I believe in my brother-in-law. He can definitely stop the army." Xian Chengyun also said. Dust filled the sky on the battlefield. Tens of thousands of Uros charged, causing the ground to tremble and hurricanes to sweep across. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The shouts were deafening and extremely terrifying. Standing in the battlefield, Lin Tian charged at the tens of thousands of Uro's soldiers alone. His clothes fluttered in the wind, but he seemed very calm. He circulated the divine one-soul technique to the limit. Bright silver light shone out of his body. His soul power was extremely dense, causing his body to almost turn into a silver light source. Then his hands moved, and the sky above his head suddenly became a little dark. The starry sky appeared, and a bright moon rushed out from it, perfectly merging with the soul power he released. "I'll borrow your bright moon to illuminate the entire battlefield,"